Welcome to Archangel Revelations and Prophecies 444. I am Gad, your host. A viewer had requested pretty much natal chart analysis and anything I could figure out or find out, which I did. I did those natal charts, or her natal chart, and she asked some further requests that we'll be analyzing in harmony with that. So we're going to go into that. It's going to be step by step because it was quite a few concerns, so they'll come out step by step. I try to keep it as orderly and as connected as possible. So what you're looking at now is her chart. So anybody that watches this channel should be familiar with the chart that's on the left, because we spent a long time going over that chart. Now you're looking at the chart on the right, which is who she calls her ex. Going to try to get some insight into that. First thing you notice, you're dealing with Scorpio, which is going to be shared resources or other people's money. But it's forming a pyramid with Taurus, which is a person's money. Like in this case, it would be his money because Taurus would represent his second house, his money. But then look where it's at, right in between the ninth. It looks like the ninth house and the 10th house. But let's make sure. Well, in this case, it will be the 8th house and the 9th house. But usually the AC and EP are in the same house. Whenever you see it not in the same house, that's because you're dealing with past life, present life stuff. And it might have been things. This is why people like me constantly tell people you're here for a reason. You're not here to just do what you want to. And unfortunately, it's where these people make their mistake. If they turn to astrology, they use it for bubblegum. It's very selfish. So they never really get why they're here. So then what happens is, like, you should have worked on past life and that life. In this life, you're supposed to be building on it. Most people don't do that. They don't build on a past life because they didn't work on no stuff. They ran from it. They were selfish. They ducked it. They didn't want to hear nothing. So now when they come into this life, now you're working on last life, and this one. This is why you have people on different time frames and things of that nature. You have there's people walking around now on 3-4 different lifetimes, and you can see if you've ever watched, because I've seen people who they can be 3 or 4 different people. If you get to know them, they can literally be 3 or 4 different people. That's because they're on 3-4 different lifetimes. And this person said something that Bobby Hemmett said too. She said that she believes possibly that her ancestors or relatives are still working in her through her DNA. The master teacher Bobby Hemmett said the same thing. I've heard a lot of people say we are our ancestors and our ancestors are in us. So again, well, when we get to his chart, we'll do more. I'm just trying to get a quick understanding with the pyramid. So the pyramid goes right up, the point of it, right to, looks like Mars at 29 degrees and 44. So 29 degrees is anaretic karmic degree. It's going to be a boom. And then 44 is going to be healing after the boom. And right now I'm just looking at both charts. When you look at his 11th house, that would be like the That would be the planet placement and house placement for like say a bartender or somebody who owns a some type of where alcohol or whatever. Anything that has to do with making money off a lot of people and deception. Neptune's a deceiver. Scorpio is also Neptune and Scorpio is definitely gonna be like drugs, alcohol. It's definitely gonna be obsession, addiction, and it's 11th house. But he's making money off of it because, like I said, that could even be any type of like it could be a business owner, might be some type of drug dealer or whatever. So his 12th house is where the AC is. Sagittarius is there, and Jupiter also rules Sagittarius. Usually, when you have Jupiter in your 12th house, you're gonna have some type of guardian angel, good luck as long as you're serving others. So he still has that type of energy because Sagittarius in the 12th house is similar to having Jupiter in the 12th house. Plus, they're connecting the 12th house just like they're doing with her. They're connecting the 12th house energy and the 8th house energy. So again, it's gonna be very secretive and very, like I said, because the 8th house can be anything, but it's gonna be supernatural power. So it's gonna be sexual, secretive, violence, past lives, death and rebirth, like horror movies, higher technologies, a lot of obsession, jealousy, and with Neptune there, it's gonna be escapism. So this is the person who try to escape through drugs, alcohol, or just trying to escape. And that's what I keep saying about people who don't really want to deal with it. So they all put on some type of front. So right at the so that's really Mars right at the so right between the 8th house and the ninth house. So both of these charts got Mars in fire signs. Now, if you notice, is I'm just looking at his sun and his moon. All right, so before I'm just gonna go around his chart. Sagittarius in the 12th house. Let me just see one thing, even if I do that. Ironically, they say when you're ascendant and 12th are like close, are in the same constellation, the same house, they immediately see mother. They say mother again. So once again, you see the mother factor. But like I'm gonna tell some people, like John chapter 3 is a perfect example. When you're dealing with astrology, you're dealing with spirit. Now I'm talking true astrology, and I'm gonna try to prove something. When Moses came before Pharaoh, Pharaoh was running the world, most powerful man on the planet. He thought he was God. He wasn't worrying about nothing nobody was talking about on planet Earth. They had planet Earth locked down. And then Moses came saying that these certain people, it was time to free them, and Pharaoh had better listen. And Pharaoh didn't care about Moses or his God. So he wasn't, just stood off. He could care less. He just stood off. He didn't care less about Moses. Um, and Pharaoh had all, the best, whatever you want to call them, priests, whatever you want to call them, but they were the best. They were top of the line until Moses came. So what happens is Moses represented the universe. Moses represented the spirit creator. So whatever Moses had was going to be far superior than them. Even though they could mimic it and they knew how to talk, they knew how to move, they knew how to make you believe everything. So that's what I'm trying to say. And this is what happened in John chapter 3. Because Nicodemus represented people who were trusting in the books, the holy writings, and how things should occur. Whereas in John chapter 3, Jesus represented the I am. And that's the biggest difference. So no matter what book, no matter what Nicodemus was saying, it's going to go the way that the I am said it's going to go. Doesn't matter. That's why he was breaking the Sabbath and doing what he did. He did all that stuff on purpose, trying to let them know that you can't tell God, you can't dictate to spirit what to do. I am the Lord of the Sabbath. I shall be lifted up, and anybody who comes to me shall be saved. The spirit or the wind lists where it wants. So you have to be very careful because a lot of people feel a certain way. You know, like Nicodemus wanted specific answers. And that's when Jesus told him, you're not going to get specific answers because Spirit's going to do what it wants to do. Spirit is like the wind. It's going to do what it wants to. And that's one thing anybody really walking this Spirit-led walk learns. Because you could be 100% sure, oh, that's over with. That'll never happen again. Oh, and you're talking crazy. And then the same thing you said will never happen again will happen again. Why? Because Spirit, the universe, reserves the right to go wherever it wants to. It's going to do whatever it wants to. I say, well, that's frustrating because I might serve for 40 years and then all of a sudden he changes it on me. And I say, well, join the line. Because the more you learn how to let go, let God, let go, let universe, the more you can let go. Because otherwise you're going to try to understand every single detail. And it's never like Roddy Piper said, just when you think you have the answers, I change the question. So if you've been on this planet long enough, you should be aware of that. You should know very well. So you try to get the gist of what's going on. And that's what Jesus told Nicodemus. You're not going to get all the answers, but you can get the gist of the wind. Or you can get the gist of the Spirit. And that'll help you. Again, like I'm saying, the universe is in control. Not me, not you, not any of these people out here on YouTube. Now they may be able to talk a good game and impress the people and everybody's following them and loving them. But the bottom line is, it's going to happen the way it's going to happen. Because the universe says so. So in other words, the universe might bring two twin flames together and they connect and maybe go to step number 2. Or maybe they go back into separation again like most of them. Or maybe the universe brings them together and they now they know they're twin flames because they've already went through it the first time, but the second time it is no different. Because it's going to be based on where they are emotionally. If somebody's sick of being hurt, they're not going to open up. And if that twin, if they have a lifetime over lifetime of hurting each other, those two are not coming nowhere near close. Because especially like over here, I'm speaking from a USA mentality, people are different. Like going back to the 1990s, because this is the perfect example. Guys over in my part of New Jersey, any of them went over to California, they flipped out because the women were totally different. The women were unbelievably helpful and stuff like that. So you would have all these guys from my part of New Jersey, because each part is different. I went to Cali and the women they were so good. My tire blew and the women offered to help me change the tire. And I was just standing trying to change that. 3 women from Cali, they were all beautiful and they all asked to help. Now you probably would never see that over on the east side like that I know of. So that has to do with what I'm trying to say. Each person's at a different level. So the Bible gives an example of King Saul, who went to a psychic to ask about the prophet Samuel because he couldn't get any information from God. So we're not sure who came up, but Saul saw someone who looked like Samuel come up from the grave because Samuel had been dead. And he told Saul, I don't know why you're calling me. You know God won't answer you. So why are you calling me? And he said, listen, tomorrow there's going to be a battle and you're going to die in battle tomorrow. So that was a prophecy. Now, tomorrow came and went. And we don't even know if that was the real Saul. But tomorrow came and went. But Saul did die in battle eventually, like a week later or 2. I don't know how much longer. But it wasn't that much longer. He did die. So never use astrology or psychics or anything to try to get precision. Because the spirit is going to do what it wants to. And everything flips based on how we I still say it's like you're in a freaking hologram. And where you're at is going to respect that hologram. And then sometimes everybody loves to have sex. So you may reunite with your twin and then it's sex, and then they don't call you afterwards, and then you go back in a separation. So I try to teach you to learn human nature, learn life, because otherwise you're going to think astrology has all your answers, and you got to go through this hologram, you got to go through this matrix. And like she's saying, a lot of those answers are inside of you. It's good to get readings and stuff like that, but I'll tell you straight up, and I hear other people say it too, it's guidance. Guidance. And me personally, I'm very strong on I want to make my decisions concerning my life. But I will get counseling. I'll get counseling, I'll do readings or whatever, I'll get a reading or whatever, but I'm going to make the final decision. Because I would never want to start making decisions just because somebody said, oh, it's going to happen. And sometimes it may happen, but it may be just sex. And then it's the same old bullshit that everybody else is going through. So you have to know that. You have to understand human nature, and you have to understand where you're at and what you really want. And it's the funny thing about life, like me being a Leo and me have been on this planet so long, I go with gut feelings because I've been through so much, and I've trusted in everything, and everything's failed me. So I've been through so much, so I'm a little bit different. I'm more like going through now, just going off of instinct, gut feelings, and stuff like that, and that seems to work for me. And I do have a great relationship with God, but if you really have that type of relationship with God, you'll realize that, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. In other words, you're still going through that valley. Everything's not going to go your way. You're still going through that valley of shadow of death, uncertainties, all kind of crazy evils out there. But you got to learn how to walk it without fear, knowing that whatever God allows you to go through, he'll never leave you nor forsake you. And that's a universal law I'm giving you. So I'm not trying to preach to you. I just gave you universal law. That's like what I'm trying to tell you is Christians who really understand the spirit. That's why they have supernatural healings and all kind of things you see these Christians do. Even when you watch these televangelists, they got a lot of authority and power too. Say, well, where they get it from the devil. Well, I don't know where they get it from, but I just know they got a lot of power, a lot of authority. But one thing they will tell you is you won't receive it if you don't believe it. So that's a universal law too. So when you know all these universal laws and you start to get away from doing like what Saul couldn't get his answers. He couldn't get his answers because he had cut himself off from the source that would have gave him the answers, which was God. So no matter where Paul went, he wasn't going to get those answers because he had disobeyed God too many times. And when you read the Bible, you see God sending angels to mislead, frustrate. So you have to be aware of it. That's why I said the more you wake up and the more you get to where you need to get, you'll know you have to do this in spirit. You can get general counseling, I would call it general counseling, but then you have to start to use your inside, like I said. And that's why it connects back to what she said about ancestors. You'll have angels around you. You'll have all kind of stuff around you to help you move forward. And then again, you don't want to be too connected to the past. But sometimes if you are connected to people who, say, use science the wrong way, or they use magic the wrong way, well, then you do have to get some type of deliverance from that. And like I said, that is one way, but there's other ways to do it as well. But Christianity would be one way, but I'm talking about these are people who really understand. They really know what they're talking about, and they really believe it. Because otherwise, you'll just be like a typical person. You don't really believe it. And that's why in the Bible, in the book of Acts, it was people that were being possessed by evil spirits. So there were certain people that tried to cast those devils out, like they saw Peter and the other apostles doing. So they came up. They said these demonized people. They said, listen, in the name of Peter or whatever they said. They said we're here like Apostle Peter. We're doing this with the power of Peter. and we're commanding you to get out. And those demons and those devils said back. They said, "Listen, we know who Peter is, but who are you?" And then they jumped out of the people they were possessing, and then possessed those men. So you got to know it. You got to know it, believe it, and you got to make sure you are of that. Because you could call these things spiritual laws, but they're also, it's no different than astrology, or when you look up in space, it's the same type, or gravity. It's the same universal laws. You just got to learn how to tap into them. So like when you say, well, what went wrong? Like what went wrong? Well, a lot of it is karma. A lot of it is dysfunctional families. A lot of it may be abuse. But the fact of the matter is, people may not have any of that, and it still goes wrong. Why? Because human nature is human nature. So those things will make them go wrong even faster. But at the end of the day, because we are what we are, we're fragile humans, it'll go wrong because of that. And like I said, if you come from a dysfunctional family, it may be hard. Or if you've been turned down or hurt so many times, you don't have it anymore. Because I'm sure anybody listening, depending on your age, but anybody listening, you remember when you believed in something so much and you wanted it so much and you were willing to do anything and all that. But you've been hurt so many times that you could care less about that. Like somebody talking about some of that stuff now, you just almost get mad, but you almost laugh it off like that's not possible, even though it is possible. But you just don't feel like, wow, but look what I got to do to get it. It's just too much work for something that ain't gonna last anyway. So you just don't care. So that's why you see more people. They're more into partying, or I'm Mr. Goodbar, and Mr. Goodbar is about a guy going around sleeping with everybody, and he never gives his name because he's not coming back, or give a fake name or a fake phone number. You know, Drake used to sing about stuff like that. I think he said, or R. Kelly, one of them guys, giving out fake phone numbers and stuff. But that's only because of being hurt, and you can't give your whole life away to hoping and wishing for stuff that never happened. And sometimes, believe it or not, sometimes it does work itself out. So for the most part, astrology can point you in the right direction, but it can't make those decisions. And when a psychic is telling you, oh, I see you going to the mall on Thursday, and I see you going here, or in front of this particular store, or in the area. Oh, there's some guy in a blue jacket. So you may go to the mall on Thursday, and sure enough, near what she was talking about, there's a guy in a blue jacket, and somehow you two strike up a conversation. But the point I'm making is, even when that aspect of I'm gonna call it a prediction, that aspect of the prediction or prophecy came true, a lot of aspects are not. Because you and him may make it, may not. And then sometimes they do. They date for a while. And then they may start. At some point, human nature, what I'm trying to tell you, at some point, reality is still going to kick in. Human nature is still going to kick in. And you're probably still going to have some type of problems. So that's why the best thing you can do is learn relationships. Learn yourself better. Learn relationships. Like learn how a man thinks. If you're a man, learn how a woman thinks. So that you can better deal with it. Instead of just thinking, oh, because most people say, like, I'll get reading. Somebody say, oh, well, I need you to tell me about this, and they'll tell me everything that's wrong with the other person. And I'm looking at them like, well, what the hell's wrong with you? You perfect? Because that's what one of the main problems is you are looking outwardly. You got to go inwardly. And that's why I said I study his human nature, and I just realized, like, I just study everything. And you see a constant from the Garden of Eden to Samson and Delilah to now, you see a constant it's almost like a program that was put so that you don't get to that happiness to a certain degree. And then there's a program that almost says, yeah, if you do lie, cheat, and steal, you'll be way more successful, and everybody will know your name. But in order to do that, you got to compromise everything you believe. So it's almost like the book of Job again, where you're being tested and you got to stand for what you know to be right. And you got to stand and don't allow yourself to be pulled into a whole lot of craziness. But like I said, each person is different. And some people, they're gonna love the physical more than they love the spiritual, no matter what you say, no matter what you do. And that's dangerous, but unfortunately, like I said, some people are not here to be connected to the spirit. Some people are here to enjoy this physical world, and then there's a chance that they won't be enjoying anything after that. But who's to say they are? Who's to say they're not? All I know is I just watch everything. I watch outcomes and everything, so that's how I know probably they won't be like advancing, because you're supposed to be advancing now, and most people don't want to advance. They love the low levels. They love immediate whatever. They don't want to hope and pray. So once again, so let's read. So when you're dealing with the 12th house and the ascendant, you're dealing with the situations that led to you being born and the birth itself. Again, that the 12th house is the house of the unconscious. The 8th house, I guess you could say, is the house of the subconscious, possibly unconscious. But both of those houses are metaphysical and spiritual. See, these will be mystical people. And like I said, Scorpio or the 8th house represents, or Pluto represents the underworld, death and rebirth. So these are people that have probably lived many lifetimes before. The 12th house is the doorway to one's birth. All right. So it says the 12th house represents the prenatal experience in the womb as it leads to the birth. So it's funny. So the 12th house represents the womb, but the 8th house actually represents the underworld, like what the Egyptians called the world of the dead. So they are closely connected. So they said that prenatal and birth remain in the unconscious mind and create the first marks of the canvas of a person's life. So the signs and planets in the 12th house or near the ascendant reveal a great deal about our prenatal experience. All right. So the prenatal experience and experience of one's mother during her pregnancy, and then their birth. And those experiences are going to affect you then and throughout their lives. So you really want to know those planets because they're going to play a part in that. So let's see. Let's look at the 12th house and the ascendant. Well, they're both in the same place. And so, yeah, not a lot of activity. All right. So he has Sagittarius. All right. So let's continue. So we're looking for Sagittarius. So there might have been traveling going on when he was born. And so giving birth in a foreign land. Now that is interesting because this person who requested this is representing Australia, and the person that chart you're looking at to the right is representing America. So from their perspective, it would be a foreign land. All right, traveling while pregnant, giving birth in a foreign land, or while traveling is common with Jupiter or Sagittarius near the 12th or near the 12th house or ascendant. Issues of freedom are created in the mother's pregnancy, and there may be debate about staying with or separating from the father. Excessive eating is common or on anything that the mother attaches. Excessive eating is common on anything that the mother attaches to during the. All right. So there might have been something going on between mom and dad. And remember, the child is picking all this up. That's why if y'all ever heard about the Elephant Boy or something like that, and Michael Jackson brought those remains. Um, that they said that his mother had been scared by an elephant or something at a circus, and then when the baby came out, it looked like an elephant and shit. These are the metaphysical things that we talk about mystical. That's why the person that's requesting this, and the people she's talking about, they have to watch how they think and stuff like that, because you can bring it into fruition how you think. You have to keep your thoughts positive, intention positive, because you can actually cause things happen. You can cause things to happen to people as well. So this person may eat excessively. All right. Excessive eating is common, or anything that the mother attaches to during the pregnancy can be done in excess. And you do see what looks like some excess on his chart, because I think what leads into his 12th house is the number 28, just like I told y'all. And so, and remember, whenever you got Neptune and Scorpio together, not only is that escapism and excessive behavior, addictive behavior, could be drugs and alcohol, but it can also be scandal that's in the media. But he's got Jupiter right there, so somehow Jupiter will almost help him the scandal. Like a lot of people make a lot of money off of scandal, even telling their story and stuff like that. All right. Uh, So now to understand his 12th house, you have to go back to his ninth. So let's go there first. Yep. See, service. Virgo is service. And remember, Virgo can be like homeland security. And this could even be a person who, whenever you see like a Mars, and it is right there on the border, but that could be like somebody in military and stuff like that. And remember, a lot of this again is about past lives and stuff like that. So this could be some type of service in the homeland, whether it be through a teacher, master teacher, some type of, because Virgo is medical, but Virgo can also be military. It could be homeland, but it could also be health. So he could have been in any of those things, and it could have been a past life situation, or it could be this life. So you see service in his ninth house, and Virgo can be anything with the home, health, healing. Sagittarius in the ninth house can be teachers, um, but it could also deal with your belief system. Virgo also is small children, small animals. All right. So, according to the ninth house with the sun there and the service with Virgo, it's more enlightenment, but it's still messing around with Pluto, which is power, but it's still secrets, it's still transformation. So with the Mercury retrograde, he's going to have trouble being understood, probably trouble being trusted. And Mercury retrograde is usually a person who, in a previous life, maybe they spoke, and because they spoke, say people may have gotten killed or arrested, so that they're kind of like shy about speaking now. All right. So look, yeah, Lilith's in that house too. So again, we are like he said it would be mother issues. So it's still mother issues of both of these charts because the same thing with her was mother issues. So this could be higher law, but his Pluto is 26 degrees. So that would kind of like skip human law and take you to spiritual law. And like I said, he won't be understood because of the retrograde. It'll be having trouble understanding him or trusting him. And Pluto will also cause things to, because that 20 degrees is the Pluto card called Judgment. And like I said, Virgo is in home, health, healing, small children, small animals. And they just missed the Virgo. Well, yeah, they just missed the moon. Yep, because that number 14, 20 degrees, temperance, Sagittarius. So it's transformation. It's still internal transformation, but it's also going to affect his belief system because Sagittarius will always affect the belief system. So how he serves and his belief system will be affected. And whether he is willing to encourage other people to move or not, that'll also be affected by this transformation. And like I said, like he may have a home foreign. Like let's just say this guy was born in USA. So when you have Virgo in the ninth house, you may have a home that's foreign. Or remember, anything with Sagittarius, Aquarius, they represent long distance communications and things like that. So that might be a situation. And he just has to watch his like I said, because of Mercury retrograde, he's gonna have trouble with his belief system. And I mean, but things like when you hear me talk, this is decades and decades of being here. So you're gonna have trouble, you know. I'm not saying he did, but if he was bouncing around through different religions and stuff like that, he's gonna get different belief systems, different this, different that. But it's all part of his internal transformation. And through it all, he will get to number 26, which is really God. All right. So as you can see, his Pluto and Virgo and Sun and Virgo. And that moon actually goes right into the next house because it's 0 degrees. But it's kind of funny because the way, well, I guess they had to put it there, but because it's just interesting how that moon is leaving Virgo and going into the 10th house with Libra. But then you have all right. So like if you look at the chart, see how Libra, see how Sagittarius is close to Venus and all right, so we want to continue. So basically things started basically with his ascendant or his rising sign, which is Sagittarius. We'll get back to numerology, just not yet, because you jumped over to the 9th house. And it's going to be about service, belief systems, not fully being understood with the Mercury retrograde. Past life is saying a person may have actually said something where negative results occurred, even somebody, people dying, and now they're either afraid to speak, now they try to keep it to themselves, or they're just misunderstood. The Mercury retrograde has an 27 degrees, which is all about still a diplomat or a good speaker. Because you could be a good speaker, just not understood or supported by your listeners. And then 24 is the return. And we already know it's a return because we know this is a Sagittarius issue because of AC. So like I said, what we have to do sometimes, I tell people a lot, whenever you see a lot of fire, a lot of Aries, a lot of stuff, this is somebody that's too fast. And you have to learn to listen and take notes, just like I said. Because what's going to happen is you go, oh, what about this? What about that? And it was already covered the first time. You just got to slow it down. So whatever I said about Sagittarius and stuff when I did this chart to the left before, a lot of these answers that I'm saying now are going to be there. Because you'll have some people that just bypass all of that. And they'll go, what about this? And I'm like, wait a minute. A lot of that was covered. And some people want it to be so crystal clear. But as I explained, that's just not how the universe works. And when you find somebody that appears to have all the answers, there's usually going to be a catch to it. Because that's not really a universal law. A universal law is basically going through with faith. That's why they say guidance. That's why they say guidance. They say guidance and things like that. And when Messiah describes spirituality, he made himself like the shepherd. Okay, I'm the shepherd, and you're going to follow me. And you got to trust and have faith and all that. And some people say, that's what a con man might say. And the truth of the matter is, all this belief system is under the rulership primarily of Neptune, which is the deceiver. Because you're going to live, die, live again. Live, die, live again. And that's how this has always been. Now, is there a cutoff point? It may be. But if you've never really been there, you really don't know. You can say, listen, I really believe in this. I really believe. But if you've never really been there and experienced it, you really don't know. You can believe it all you want. And that's what, if you notice, that's what we keep talking about. Belief systems, belief systems, belief systems. So already we're already dealing with Sagittarius energy, 9th house energy. And when you look at her chart to the left, which we've already covered, you see the Sagittarius right there. And which house is it in? The 7th house of relationships. See, so it is already covered. So you got to think. It's essential to do that because the universe is not going to give you cut and dry answers to your questions. Very rare you see that. You do get it sometime. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen, but it's very rare when you just going, like, the universe is not going to hand it to you. This is a journey that you're on. And remember, Sagittarius is also about like a long-term journey, longer journey. A Gemini is more like a short-term journey. But it's a journey you're on, so it's not going to be handed to you. Like, even when you look at the Bible, there's so many mysteries with that. And the funny thing about it is when you see people that still put faith in the Bible or the Christian definition of the Bible, whatever, but they have power because of their faith. They don't necessarily have power because that's the way it is. They have power because of their faith. Say, hey, you got cancer. I don't believe I got cancer. Jesus healed me. And then that person don't got cancer no more. And then there's other people who say, well, I believe, how come I didn't get healed? So it goes on and goes on and goes on. So it is a journey. There is no formula. There is no, well, if you do this and then make a left at the corner there and then make a right. There's no, you got to go with the journey. And that's why when Nicodemus came in John chapter 3, he wanted answers. And he thought Jesus was going to get it. And Jesus was like, I don't got to answer you. What are you talking about? You better put faith in me. And he said, well, Moses and the law and all that. And that's like the main reasons why they hated Jesus. Because he came and he was basically like, oh, we know what Moses, we know God told you to kill people if they violated the Sabbath. But he violated it anyway. And they just looking like, well, how can you call yourself the Messiah when you're violating the laws of Moses? You're disrespecting Moses. You're disrespecting our God. And the funny thing about it was, even though those Pharisees and religious leaders were so staunch to support the laws of Moses and their belief system, he still was God anyway. And plus, they were what you call, they could have been honorable men, but they weren't necessarily moral men. And they give you that, where these men brought the woman to Jesus about how corrupt she was. We caught her in the act. And then he basically said, well, ye who has not sinned, cast the first stone. So even though they were trying to make it seem like she was such a terrible person, this and that, the question was, what were they doing there? So if you were really a righteous person, how could you catch somebody in the act of fornication or adultery? Where were you at that you could see something like that in the act? Because that's what they said. They said, we caught her in the act. So where was she doing it at? And well, why were they there? So it's showing you the hypocrisy going on. And then when he brought grace into the fold, that was like the get out of jail card. So now they're pissed off because they worked so hard. And now they're being told it doesn't really matter because here comes grace to save the day. So that was another wrench thrown into the wheel. So these are what I'm giving you all, for anybody that's listening. I'm all giving you principles of spirit, which is astrology. Because I really don't think you're going to get too many cut and dry answers. And when you do, be careful. Because what that person is doing, they're violating universal law. That's why I said, when you really study the Bible, divination is not looking at the stars. Because if divination is looking at the stars for answers, then how come the little baby Jesus had a star taking everybody to Jesus? So it's not looking at the stars for answers. It's when you try to manipulate, when you try to use the stars to manipulate what God has said. You're trying to find a way around the journey. Well, I want to know exactly what I'm going to do. When I wake up tomorrow morning, I want to know exactly what's going to happen. Like, if I want to meet somebody, where? What are they going to look like? How is it going to be? And what you're trying to do, like, because she even mentioned her ancestor or her relatives did that. They were using magic and stuff like that because you're trying to manipulate what God has already said or what God is trying to show you. But you're like, why do I have to wait on God to show me when I can just get my magician to show me? And that's why they gave you Pharaoh. Pharaoh said, I don't need you, Moses. I got magic practicing priests. What? You threw your rod down and turned into a serpent? Then he's like, Janus, Jambreeze, because those are the priests. And I got those dramas on this channel in the playlist about Pharaoh and versus Moses and in the wilderness with the nation of Israel. So he thought whatever Moses could do, whatever your God can do, well, I can do it too. And then he found out hard he couldn't. So you have to work. It's that journey, and that's what you're seeing already. There's a belief system going on in place, but through this belief system, it's going to be transformation. It's going to be power with mystery, and that's my point. So if you're saying Pluto and stuff like that, it's already going to tell you it's mysteries, and you may not get those mysteries. But what happens is people keep digging for them anyway. And see, if you really want to be honest, that is what cost the Germans the loss of World War II. Because their leader was deep into the occult, deep into trying to find out the mysteries, deep, and he was sacrificing all this energy and all this time trying to find out stuff that they still really don't have the answers to now. And just like now they're dealing with CERN a lot. But that CERN, all that stuff started with Hitler, World War II. And after World War II, that stuff ended up over here. When you're hearing about Area 51 and all that, that's where all these people came from Germany. All that scientists and all that went into Area 51. So all that stuff he did, that's why if you notice, you never heard about any of Hitler's scientists being tried for war crimes. Because they all came here. So these are people that are determined to become God. And that's the same thing that happened with Adam and Eve. They're determined to become God. They don't want to walk the walk. And then you have people like Nicodemus in John chapter 3, he's going to try to force you to obey his religious beliefs. So what Messiah taught us was, you do have a right to question. You do have a right to follow the guidance that's within you. But you don't have a right to become God. And that's why he told Nicodemus, I'll be lifted up. Not you. Not the nation. Not a false prophet. Not a false Messiah. None of these will be lifted up for this plan I'm about to do. But I'll be lifted up. So you got to have that balance where you can look for answers, look for guidance, but you got to know when those mysteries are going to say no. And don't get me wrong, there'll be crazy people that'll keep digging, but I'm not one of them. I know when to stop. I don't pass that line. Because when I first started with this esoteric going deeper, I had to learn boundaries. And you'll pay the price if you don't. Because when you do open up that portal and those things start coming out upon you and your family, just like Moses told Pharaoh about the frogs. Those frogs are coming, and they're gonna invade you and your family, and they were just all over. Couldn't get rid of them, and Pharaoh had to beg Moses to get rid of them. And again, people say, "Well, we don't believe this stuff is real. We don't believe this stuff happened." But what I'm trying to tell you is, whether it literally happened or it's being taught to you for a reason, it's real in that sense. I don't sit here and debate because I don't recall being there. So I can't tell you whether Pharaoh sat there and went back and forth with Moses. But I can tell you the power I've seen in all this stuff that I study and all I've learned over decades of doing this. And if it's not an actual event, it's still an event that has a lot of power to it. So like I said, I'm sure it was one of her videos. You have a stop sign on a quiet street. Somebody will come on that street from the highway and come speeding up that street early in the morning. But one thing they'll still do, even though you don't see no other car headlights, you don't hear nothing, you know ain't nobody out there. One thing most cars will do, when they get to that stop sign, they will start slowing down. No matter how fast they came up that street. When they get to that stop sign, they will start to slow down, will look both ways. And believe it or not, most of the people will stop. Even though it's 3 o'clock in the morning, you know ain't nobody out there. Don't see no lights or nothing. But you'll still stop at that stop sign. And if not, you'll slow down a little bit and speed through. But you still slow down. So you have a belief system regarding that stop sign that you carry out. Even if you want to say subconsciously. Because even when your whole body, everything about you says, I gotta go, I want to go, I go. Especially when people are drinking and all that craziness. Whatever the case might be. But they're speeding down the street. Don't plan on stopping. Just got off the highway speeding. Now they're speeding up this neighborhood street. Speeding up, speeding up. When they see that big red light at the corner, they start slowing down and looking. Some come to a complete stop. Then they go. So it is all about belief system and power. And here you see this person is going to go through some transformations because of it. And that is his sun sign, Virgo, in the 9th house. And even his sun is 9 degrees, which is the Hermit card of the Virgo. This person has their own light. They go by their own enlightenment, their own experience, their own enlightenment. And they also had at 26 degrees, which is some type of spiritual belief. And remember, your 9th house is about law, spiritual law, international law, higher courts, not state court, usually not local court, might be federal, even higher international court. So now going back to 17 degrees in the 1st house, which again will be Aquarius energy. So Sagittarius and Aquarius are always about freedom. Freedom. And they tend to not really want to make it in a relationship. And that's what I try to tell people. Everybody thinks there's going to be an answer. Everything's not going to be an answer. And even if it was an answer, it's not going to be the answer you might have wanted. But not all relationships are made to live happily ever after. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Especially once you've been hurt and hurt and hurt, the chance of you opening up to your twin is slim if you have a constant experience of being hurt in this lifetime. Especially if you and your twin have hurt each other. Because you still know that stuff internally. And that's how powerful it is. Now, you may not want to remember everything because of the pain. But internally, you still know. Like I told you, this guy was over from Europe. Well, his girlfriend contacted me. And she was waking up. So she knew. She remembered a lot of stuff. And this is how this works. So she sent her email to one of my old email addresses. And I happened to just find it like way out of, because I don't even really go there that much. So as I was putting her charts together with his, I could see it. He was the most happiest person until he got to the relationship sector. The moment they got to the relationship sector throughout the chart, you could tell this dude, it was horrible. Horrible. And I really felt it because I was going through my twin flame thing. This is 2014, 2015. I'm going through my twin, and I didn't like her. I didn't like it because I could feel it. I could see what it was. But she admitted it. Like she said, yeah, I know. She said, I know I hurt him in past lives and stuff. She said, but I'm different. I'm trying to make up with him. I'm trying to connect, but he won't connect with me. And you could see him literally running on the chart. You could see him running away from her. So the chances of you meeting that person in this life and everything being hory-dory, kichi-kichi, let's hold hands, we are the world, that shit ain't happening. And that's why they tell you this could take lifetimes upon lifetimes before you reconnect. It just depends. But what I try to tell people, stop trying to control the situation. Because what I'm trying to tell you is, there was a Happy Days one time, if there's any old timers out here. And Richie got his heart broke. So he was sitting there going, oh, I'll never love again. And I'm so hurt, I'll never, blah, blah, blah. And as he was sitting there so sad, and everybody hated to see Richie sad, because Richie was a little Obi. Richie was little Obi from Mayberry, and now he's sad on Happy Days with Fonzie. So a female walked in, and the moment that female walked in, it's like watching a basketball game, because it's like the last 3 to 5 seconds of the show before it goes off for that night. And the last 3 to 5 seconds, like when somebody scores that important point, last 3 to 5 seconds, they were down by a point or two, and he just hit it with the 3 on the last 3 seconds, and now win the game. That's what happened. He got right up and went right up to the female. It's almost like, of course, he didn't forget the woman that hurt him, that broke his heart, but he was ready to move on. And that happens. And that's why people think somehow it's going to, oh, I got to be with my twin. That's just not true. Oh, I got to be with my twin. And they sit there and believe that. And then you'll waste your whole time waiting on something that ain't going to happen in its life. Because I'm going to tell you again, if it's meant to happen, it will happen if it's really from the universe. I was listening to the woman on my other channel named Miss Carolyn. I forget the name of her channel, but you can see her on my other channel. And she said, oh, you guys are going to come together, this month or next, by the end of this month, they're going to reach out to you. And maybe they will. But maybe they would have reached out to you through dreams, but maybe you don't like to dream no more. So they're not going to be able to contact you that way. And then if you don't see the person, maybe you used to work with your twin, but they were such an a-hole, and then people get terminated, and so you can't connect with your twin that way. And then, the only other way they can really connect with you, I mean, physically, is if you happen to work in the public and they just happen to pop up over there somehow. And these things can happen. But even then, how are they going to act when you see each other and give each other that look that you gave each other in 2014, the first time you reunited, when you both worked together? Are they going to be any maturer? Are they gonna really want you to talk to them? Are they still gonna be acting stupid? But like I said, some people love to play hard to get, and then they wonder why they're not gotten, and then they'll be very upset if you're showing interest to somebody else. But yet when you showed interest to them, they kept playing these games. So this is all the stuff people got to get over before they get this twin flames union. And when people say why didn't it happen, that could be with anybody. With anybody, it could be we're together 1 minute, breaking up the next. And I'm sure all of it is kind of karmic. I think anybody you meet in your lifetime is some type of karmic connection to you. That's why you guys connect and get together. Like one woman I work with, as far as work wise was concerned, we were extremely close. As long as it was all about the job. But in no way, shape, or form was she trying to get with me after the job. But at the job, we were inseparable. And I'll be honest with y'all, I think that was one of the most weirdest relationships I ever had with anybody. Because I'm sitting scratching my head like, we're so close, can she see it? And she didn't see it and was not interested. Now, whether that was some type of past life situation or we had something I had to do with her in this life, I don't know. And like I said, at the end of the day, all of this is about energy anyway. Love is an energy. Heartbreak is an energy. It's all about energy. Doesn't mean you don't care. It just means that you don't blindly. That's why we keep talking about belief systems. And that's why you got all this Sagittarius going on. And Sagittarius is what you would call higher self belief systems or higher frequency belief systems. And you see a lot of Virgo and a lot of Pluto. So personally, I would try to get a gist or understanding. And you have that. The free report is right there. It talks about twin flame union, twin flame separation. Because this is going to be something where, as she said, it's going to go on inside of you. Everything you said about DNA and connections to the ancestors, it's going to go on inside of you. Like me personally, I already know mine's it's going to connect when it's going to connect. I used to know when me and my twin was going to talk. And it were times when I would tell the universe, I want to see her. And they would bring her. Over and over. Like, she and I was just unbelievably powerful. That's why I was so sad. But that's not the first time I've seen that on planet Earth. How many love songs do we have on planet Earth? How many times have you seen it on planet Earth? Or they break up and they're separated. And then the phone's ringing and the one person's calling the other person and try to get back together. And just as soon as he get ready to reach that phone, they stop calling. And he doesn't have a return number. And this is way before caller ID and all that other stuff. Or right after she leaves to get on a plane or a train to leave forever, and then this is she closes the door and goes down the steps. Oh, now the phone's ringing because now he's calling to try to find her and all this bullshit. And this is shit we cry over and we're all upset about it. Or the best love story of all time, West Side Story, when you think Tony and Maria are going to get away. And he's there in the playground about to get away from all the crazy racism between the Spanish-speaking people and the white people, and all the jets and the sharks. And you just go, Tony, go, Maria, go, get away. And just they're about to hug and embrace to get away. Maria's crazy ass brother shoots Tony dead, and now you're crying over that. Or the other one, the Titanic, another sad one. So obviously there's something to do with this. There's something to do with our journey. Doesn't say it has to be broken down. Doesn't say it has to be everything has to be sad. But what I did learn was one thing: you've got to know you, because you want to know about all that stuff. What's my ancestors? But you need to worry about your life, because you can't change a jack dilly squat of what somebody else did. And I think that's a mistake people make on planet Earth. And this is again why the Bible gives you Joseph. There's a reason why God took Joseph away from his entire family, because they weren't where they needed to be. Joseph was listening to the universe. He was listening to the sun, moon, and stars. Your own Bible tells you that. But the rest of his family could care less. Even his father, which was Jacob, Jacob, even he had fallen away from listening to God. But if you study your Bible, Jacob was never that close to God. Jacob is the one who fought the angel of the Lord. He was never really that close to God. Jacob was really pretty much more so materialistic. But his grandfather, Abraham, had the promise. So since the rest of the entire nation was not listening, God raised up Joseph. Joseph was willing to listen to the sun, moon, and stars and the universe. But his family wasn't, and his own brothers tried to kill him. So God had to take Joseph away from his family for a long time. And then Joseph had hardship after hardship in Egypt, constantly being lied on, slandered, thrown in jail. But when it came time for God, like I said, when it came time for God to fulfill that promise, he rose Joseph up to the second in command over the entire land of Egypt. And if you were the second in command over the entire land of Egypt, and Pharaoh, the first of command, has told you you can do whatever you want, that really means you're the ruler of the freaking world. And that's what happened. And again, you're talking about twin flames and soulmates, but Joseph actually married Egyptian wives. And then if anybody knows the law that God gave to the nation of Israel, you weren't supposed to be marrying non-Hebrews. So why was Joseph allowed to? I think he had like 2 wives that were Egyptian. Point me, man, the more you learn how to walk your journey, the more you'll see the destination. And I say it again, there's nothing wrong with using guidance to get to that point. But it's the specifics. The specifics. And me, I learned a long time ago, I'm not trying to carry anybody else's energy. There's people I try to assist where I can assist, but I don't try to carry anybody because I have my own journey. And if you're really on your journey in this life, if you're listening, you're going to have so many obstacles. Like Joseph, his own family was his biggest obstacle. Just like Jesus said, your enemies will be people of your own household. Because they don't have that spiritual drive. They don't have that spiritual knowledge. And they don't mind fake religion and fake this and fake that. This is why you're seeing all the fake stuff that I talked about before. Neptune and Scorpio. All the stuff I talked about on the chart to the left. That video is public on this channel. Every now and then you'll find a person that really wants to take their journey. But that's why he said, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. In other words, that's a walk. And it's never going to be a walk of clarity and understanding. It's not. That's why you see Pluto and Scorpio and all. These are all mysteries. And you may get some knowledge. It's like anything else. Like the Fool's Journey, the tarot cards. The Fool's Journey. The more he completes one thing, he'll see more insight. Or he'll get initiated. And the more you begin to tap back into the universe, you'll know when you've been initiated. Or if you are dealing with people that know that stuff, you may get an email. Hey, check this out. Then when you look into it, you're like, wow, he's right. So like I said, you're dealing with belief systems, service, and the mother is still there. And remember, any mother is still connected to the mother of the universe, which is often seen by the moon. And the sun represents the sun, because you got the divine mother and the divine son, and that is your original twin flame. And it's funny, just as I said mother, I go to my email and somebody named Virginia contacts me. And that's where she's at right now, because all my family's in Virginia. And this person's a yellow bone just like me, because I've been doing a lot of videos on the sun people. And a whole lot of supernatural stuff was happening today. But that's nothing new. One time a person ran into my car and totaled it on Yom Kippur 2012. September 25th, 2012, Yom Kippur. At that time, everybody was in Virginia because my niece had turned 7. So all this stuff was going on. And see, this person says 25. There's the number 25 again. And that's when my car got hit. September 25th, 2012. In Yom Kippur. But if you know anything about our people, we were always in Virginia historically. These are the real natives. They're like the real Native Americans and stuff. So this is powerful. This is what I mean about listening to the universe. If you just trust the universe, which most people are not going to do because they're impatient, and if you've been through hell, which a lot of people have been, you're not. Like I say, if you're not the only person that's been through hell on this planet, because that seems to come with the territory. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. And what most people do, they just don't want to go. They don't want to take the journey, so they'll corrupt astrology to get what they want. They'll do bubblegum astrology, which is stabbing the universe in the back. The Judases. They're going to get what they want no matter what. But then they got to pay for that. Because that's stealing. Anybody that tries to cheat this walk, yea, though I walk through the valley, as soon as they try to cheat that walk, it's supposed to be a walk where you're trusting in God and moving forward, but you're trying to do it your way, you're going to pay for that. And I tell people that over and over. But most of these people don't care until they see it. That's why you have Matthew chapter 7. That the day they see it, they're all going to be crying, oh Lord, then I'm a good person, I got a good heart. Oh, and they're going to try, and it's not going to work. You violated universal law, and you're going to pay. That's why you're seeing like 26 in the ninth house. The ninth house will always be universal law. Or you'll see the number 25. There's a reason why the 25 came up just as I'm speaking. I was watching some guys, and I'm not too far from Newark, New Jersey. I'm 45 minutes south of Newark, New Jersey. It's all in New Jersey, though. And I was watching a video where a guy, in fact, I just put him on my channel when he first started that group he's with. And I was listening to a video he did last week. And he was talking about a dog. Now, they're on a public street. They're on Broad Street in Newark, New Jersey. And just as he said dog, a guy walking a dog came up the street. Up until that point, there were no dogs on the street. And there's usually no dogs on the street. This is a main downtown shopping area. Soon as he said dog, that's when that dog came by. And everybody like, oh, shoot, as soon as you said dog, that man came walking by with a dog. And he said, yeah, the Lord will always provide when you talk about something, a point needs to be made. And like I said, and since 2009, I've been told connections to the Dominican Republic. In fact, one of the females I spoke to yesterday at my job, she's from the Dominican Republic. And now she's a soulmate. When I first started working there in 2017, I guess it was it? Nah. Had to be 2018. But she used to come in my dreams. I'm sure I came and heard. Because you could tell. Because as soon as you walk in, these people look right at you. And you look right at them. So that's how you know y'all been dreaming about each other. And we used to communicate in dreams and stuff like that. And to be honest, they were telling me she was the one. And on my natal chart. And she's definitely there. But also what I noticed was a strong... Let me make sure I say it correctly. Give me one moment. See, this is all fourth house Virgo, but that's home and family, like I explained when I did a chart to the left. And then this is all public, and you see a lot of Uranus and Pluto, and also the asteroid Pallas. This is all soulmates, and also the Juno, and my Juno's at 29 in the fourth house, and Virgo's in the fourth house. So she's part of all of that. And this is what I'm trying to tell you about the universe. Right before I met her, two things happened. First, Terry Nassan, one of the greatest astrologers in the world, she told me what it meant, because I didn't even know what it meant on my chart. And she said that type of stuff is soulmate stuff. And even she said that would probably be like the one. So if you see like a Juno Jupiter connection, that could be like older, one person's older than the other one and stuff like that. But it could be a soulmate connection and stuff like that. And when you learn how to trust the universe and trust yourself, the inside of you or whatever, that's how you'll be able to tell the difference between what it is sometimes. And other, like I said, most it's always on your natal chart. So she and I have our ups and downs and stuff. But you know, I just but she's not the first person from the Dominican Republic that I've had close relationships with. Because if you know the real history of planet Earth, like these people were all over the world, and plus planet Earth has changed a lot since that time. Because you used to be able to travel across the Earth, it wasn't all this water and stuff. And some people say the water came as a result of the flood. Some people say the water came as a result of the Earth turning upside down or the pole shift. But either way, Uranus tends to shake up your consciousness. But Uranus gets you ready for your twin or your soulmate experience or your twin flame experience. And then Pluto causes the transformation as well. So you two are working together. And even my Pluto has 10 degrees. See, that's Jupiter again. So that's what I was trying to tell y'all. See, Jupiter right next to Juno. See, that's like an older person and a younger person. Because she's younger than me. But she's definitely on my chart. So because of that, although she takes me through a lot of the same shit my twin took me through. But even though she does that, you know, I still got that yearning for her. Because I feel like she's family. Like, I feel like in a different life, she was like a daughter. That's what I feel. I don't feel like we were necessarily a couple. I don't get that vibe. And she kind of feels it too because I watch her. I just study her. But see, what happens is people are not honest. Case in point, there's another female that works in my job. And a lot of times, because I got medical problems, so a lot of times I'm on meds and shit. So I'm sure I noticed her. But it was never never a longing for her. Not like that. But I'm thinking, you know, you're on meds and you're just looking around. If anybody's ever been on meds or something, you're like, you're really just staring out until like you know what I'm saying? It's like if you've ever drank at a bar, you'll be sitting at the bar and you're just staring out there. You don't even know what the fuck you look at, you're just staring. So when you're on meds, it's kind of like that too. So she might have seen me doing that, and she may have thought she may have mistaken that for you know, whatever. But now, is there a connection? Possibly. So I'll tell you what I do know. So another time a female started working there, and this female was different. Like I just be doing my job. Like I'm getting more and more comfortable with my job because I've been there for a while now. But before I wasn't as comfortable. Plus a lot of times I'm not there because I'm sick. So I'm always going in that door hoping it's not, you know, the last day or whatever for me. So I kind of tend to keep to myself. But a new female started, and she has a lot of connections to like the 18th dynasty of Egypt. But I really think we all do, you know, at least most of us. So you know, she kind of went out of her way to speak to me and talk to me and stuff like that. So that was like her first day. So her first day, that me and her were talking to each other a lot. But she went out her way to talk to me. So that's the only why we were talking. And I didn't think nothing of it. But out the corner of my eye, I could see that other female I'm talking about. Not the one that I think's my daughter from a previous life, but the other one. Because a lot of the people you're around are soul people. You've gone through different lives with these people all over. So I saw the other one looking, and she kind of, you know, was really upset, and she did that thing with her hair. And I was like, wow, wow, does she like me? So I'm sitting there like that, but I can't really understand it. But I'm saying it's got to be some past life stuff. So then I saw a couple of times after that, and I noticed she was kind of like ignoring me. So that's how I kind of knew she was mad. And then, but the universe is always gonna bring y'all two together. So one day I just happened to come in the break room and she is in there. So she tried to act like she didn't remember my name. Now I knew that was some bullshit because she definitely knows my name. And plus, y'all gotta understand where I work at, we all have headgear and stuff. So you hear all conversations. So you have to know everybody's name, because everybody's, you hear like, so and so, I need you to go do this. So and so, go do this. How did that, so you know people's name because you keep hearing it in your ear. So I know she knew my name. So that was more letting me know that she was really jealous, which I still don't fully understand. But I've worked with females before, and sometimes, people just don't like that. They're like, well, he doesn't go out his way to talk to me. Why did he go out his way to talk to her? But she actually was talking to me. I didn't go out of my way to talk to her, but that's how they look. Because I've been in jobs where I'm talking to one female, and another female is like across the room that has nothing to do with that conversation. She'll jump in, and nobody's talking to her. But that's because that vanity, you ain't gonna have it. That vanity is not gonna allow you to. Why is he talking to her and not me? So they're gonna like force themselves in the conversation. I've seen that too many times. It's a vanity thing. Like, at the end of the day, it has nothing to do with like or dislike. It's just vanity. Like, how dare he? How is he talking to her and not to me? Even when you see a wedding and the mother's bugging out. Like, if you ever been to a wedding when the mother just won't let the daughter get married, she got to be falling out, crying, and falling on the floor and all crazy shit. That's all vanity. All that shit is vanity. You could try to change it and call it something else, but that's vanity. That woman just does not want that attention on anybody other than herself. And I seen them doing it at the funeral too. All that falling over the casket. Oh, why? Grabbing the casket and falling down and shit. Like, why are you taking this person going in the grave? Why can't you just let it be about the person that's dying and shit? Why do you have to take everybody's shine and shit? So so this is what she did yesterday. And it was kind of funny. Cause like I'm saying to myself, but when you're on medication and shit like that, sometimes the truth does come out. Or alcohol. So maybe it was something. Like I really don't know what it was. But it's like about alcohol sometimes. So somehow she kind of felt the energy. And what the energy I get off of her is this. See, many, many years ago, I used to work across the street. And there was a female, same age as me. And me and her were real close. And that female I work with, the one I'm talking about right now, I feel that same energy off of her. So that could be a relative. Like that female could be her relative, like her mom's or something like that. I really don't know. And I don't remember everybody's last name and shit like that. I don't know. But that's the kind of vibe I get off of her. Like, it's some people that, if you're a real good worker, it might be other real good workers there and they may notice you're a good worker or whatever. And if y'all two were like, had your own little private space, y'all probably would become affectionate and shit. Because of these reasons I just said. So a lot of times it's energy like that. So that's the only energy I really get off of her. And then, so what happened recently, just yesterday, I was working because it's always divine timing. So I got this guy I work with, but he always finds a reason to call me and say, hey, could you do this? Could you do that? Could you do this? So he gets on my last nerve. Like, he's always like, dude, do your job. Like, why are you always calling me and, stop? So I had to take his spot. So when I took his spot, I'm standing there because he had to go do something or whatever. So I'm standing there or whatever. So I hear all this like flirtatious laughing and shit. So I'm like, who's that? And I look up and it's that female I'm talking about. So she's with this older guy or whatever. And she's like being really, really flirtatious with him. Like smiling all loud and all this crazy stuff. So I'm watching her like just looking like whatever. But I know she's just doing that shit to piss me off and shit. So she made a point, but I like what she did because she made a point and shit. So then when she did that, I kind of like she was walking. I just looked at her, and then I felt it though. I felt it, like I could feel there was some type of connection that I didn't. So she made me realize that shit. Cause y'all women, y'all got all that supernatural shit y'all be doing on people and shit. That shit was crazy. Cause I felt, I was like, damn, I guess it is some type of connection. Cause I finally admitted it, but it took me to like look at that shit. I guess I got jealous or some shit. I don't even know. I'm trying to figure this shit out. But the same thing happened the first time me and my twin, that I really told my twin how I really felt about her. It was the same type of, she did the same shit back in 2016. Because they do shit to be like, I know you like me and I'm going to prove it. So they do shit to piss your ass off. But I don't know. It just caught me out there because I didn't even know that. I really didn't. So then later on that night, I thought she had left for the day because she had left. I didn't see her. I went somewhere. When I came back, she was gone and I couldn't find her. So I was walking in the back room because I was getting ready to leave. And she was in there. She was like coming out. And then that's when I kind of tapped her on the shoulder. I was like, yo, I just want to tell you happy holiday and shit. So then she was just looking at me and she was like, she was real nice about it and stuff. So why did I tell you all that? Because I'm trying to show you how this stuff really works. Because when you approach this like a technician, or when you take a technical approach to this, it's not going to be technical. It's going to be energy. It's going to be frequency. It's going to be the universal purpose. And it's your journey while you're on this planet. And you could try to do everything. But it's going to be what it's going to be. And the moment you learn how to sigh and let it be that way, the more you'll see more results. Because otherwise, you're going to try to control everything. What about this? What about this? What about that? And plus, I don't want nobody else's energy because I know how deadly this is. This could be very deadly. Because I know the people I've been around. I just know. It's going to be rough enough carrying yourself to where you need to be. And once you try to connect and reconnect, you're taking all this energy. And if some of these people did do that, they were messing around with magic or alchemy, or they were manipulating science and all that, you're bringing that stuff back around you. That's why I say when people say Christianity or whatever, like you have to learn how to repent, I guess, or ask for a purging or cleansing, because you got to get that energy off you. Otherwise, it's going to follow you. And even if the world did give you a perfect relationship, that energy you got around you going to fuck it up anyway. So I'm more like me. I'm a survivor. I'm a warrior. And I just know there's certain things you don't fuck with. Somebody else's energy, I don't carry nobody else's energy. And I'm very aware of that. Because that's another trick. When somebody comes into your life, and maybe financially it might be a great thing or whatever. It might seem like it's a great thing, but unfortunately, it's a lot of attachments to that. So you got to be very careful what you're agreeing to and what you're allowing into your life as well. Now, like I said, as far as that other female at my job, the one that I say is a daughter to me, I don't know where that's gonna go because that's never transpired to anything, and I don't think it ever will at this point. And her boyfriend used to work there, and I took a liking to him immediately. I'm from what you call a pedigree, like around here, and I took a liking to him immediately. Like him, I would tell more stuff about myself than anybody else, and me and him were cool. We were like at the job, we were like best friends until he had to quit because that job doesn't pay a whole lot of money. But I only got it for a part-time job, so he had to quit. But I think that was her boyfriend. Like the one I said is like a daughter to me. That was like her boyfriend, and me and him was like best friends. But I didn't even know them until we were going out till later on. But that's how soulmates work. That's how the whole soul families and stuff. So the reason why I'm telling you all that in this video, because I'm hoping, like, don't get me wrong, it's all right to know, try to find things out, but I would be more interested in detaching myself from any supernatural shit my family did, whether it was manipulation of science or manipulation of chemicals or all this magic and all this stuff. I would, if I had nothing to really do with or whatever, I would try my best to get cleansing and purging off of that. And again, all that information most of the time is available on YouTube or areas, or you can get it here for research. It's a research service. But I would be more interested in that. I wouldn't be worrying about because it's over with. Like that other female I work with, I even said that to her. The one that I said I know for a fact she's connected to the 18 dynasty of Egypt, and that's why she went out of her way to talk to me. Because now let me tell you what else happened. So another time, again, all this stuff happens is divine timing. It's universal timing. Now, I was working one night and I had to be there later because a woman came in and she wanted to purchase something. So I was helping her with the purchase, but she was taking her slow ass time, and I'm supposed to be out of there, but unfortunately I can't go nowhere till I get this situation solidified. So I'm at spot 2, and that other female from the 18th century dynasty, she's at spot 1. All of a sudden, the man comes walking in with his long trench coat and white hair, and I looked at him. I said, "Wait a minute, that's the congressman." I said, "That's our representative." So I went up to him. I said, "How you doing, sir?" And I shook his hand. I said, and I told him who I was because I know he knows my mother. Because every time at the events, he'll come. So he just shook his head, and I left him alone because I didn't want him to think because somebody's always asking somebody for a favor. So I just want to let him know I appreciate him because that man has helped me so many times. Because I'm always in some bullshit, but it's always bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But as long as you're here and as long as the universe runs the way it runs, you're gonna have to deal with it. There's light and there's darkness. That's just facts. But thank God I got representatives like him to have my back. So that same female from 18th century dynasty, she was like, "Well, who is he?" And so as soon as I told her who he was, she just ran off because her family is also connected to. She just didn't remember him, but she knew him because of her father. So, point I'm trying to make to y'all, all this stuff I'm telling you right now is about power and about who we really are, as opposed to who you think you are. You're not just a little guy in some part-time job. You're not just a little guy cleaning out the bathroom. You're way more than that. But you're on a journey of reincarnation. You're on a journey, and it's going to go on and go on and go on. If you believe the teachings of, say, Eastern astrology and stuff like that, with karma. So what you have to realize is you can't force it. And most people don't care. They want it now. They want the money now. They want the love now. They want it. And so what they do, they compromise while you're really here. You're on a journey. And once you put confidence in the universe, you'll change. And you won't be waking up stressed out every day and because you could always work on whatever it is. Even if it is some past life stuff that you need to address in this life, you'll be able to do it if you're focused. But if you're not focused, you're always going to be focused on why am I lonely or why is it all that and blah blah blah. But see, I've been through too much on this planet. Anybody coming into my cipher, they got to be bringing something to the table because I know I'm bringing a lot to the table because I'm not carrying nobody else. This has been like to some degree hell because you're trying to carry somebody that ain't never gonna go. So you're always gonna get pulled back into some bullshit. No matter how much you've grown, no matter how much you've changed, you're always gonna get pulled back. That's why I say I'm not carrying nothing from the family. I'm glad that they haven't, but I could give a fuck less what somebody else did. Because I got too much to carry on my own. Because then you're gonna get caught up in their BS. Like a lot of times you hear about it. Some people say, well, if you got Freemasonry in your family, you better get that out of there. You better get that. So there's always going to be something trying to lock you back into this matrix. So I believe that was important. What I said based on what she had told me when she wrote to me and while we're here. So I wanted to get all that out as well. Oh, and I was telling you all about this with number 25. So my older sister died on February 25th. And that was my younger sister's birthday. Older sister 3 years older than me. Younger sister 3 years younger than me. Now plus like I said, I saw a lot of supernatural stuff with birds and stuff like that today too. There was a lot of strange stuff going on. But I'm trusting that everything's okay. Cause one thing I do, like if I have a dream and like somebody in my family, something happens, I just pray. Because like I said, Christianity is very powerful. I'm not saying I'm a Christian because I'm really more like a metaphysics, but I know the power. See, most people, they get mad when I say it, but I'm still going to say it anyway. They stay at a low level. So therefore, when they hear Christianity, they just think, oh, church and Jesus Christ, and no, I'm not ready for that, or I don't believe that, or they're a bunch of hypocrites. But that's like real low level. See, when I say Christianity, I'm talking about getting miraculous healing. Because I get a lot of healing too. Say, well, what about that? They get everything. But this is what I learned. A lot of my healings took way too much time. And see, I know why I'm here. I'm here to serve a purpose. So I'm not the type of person who's going to waste a lot of time to get healing, because I'm not here for that. Like, you have to understand, everything is planned, everything is known. And if you're here to whatever you do, the healing you do, the ministry you do, you don't have a whole lot of time to be worrying about yourself. Like when you say that word hero, because that's a big word, and even in the tarot card, a lot of y'all don't know that the Fool card is the hero card. He's the hero because he goes on a journey, and that's all about initiations and better understanding and stuff like that. Like, if you see the Knight card come out of the tarot, or the Page, see, that's an initiation. That's letting you know you're about to enter something. So whatever journey, there's going to be initiations. And when you're here for a real reason, you can't get caught up worrying about yourself. You got to drag yourself through whatever. So that's why I said I'm not faded by third dimension, because I know everything is being done. Everything being seen is being written down. Everything being that. And I know at some point you will be taken to a higher court where they're going to say, what did you do? Because that's what the book of Job is all about. Job chapter 1 and 2, just read it. That's about a higher court where everybody was up on top looking at Job. And they put him through whatever his initiation. And then after he passed it, Job chapter 42, he became even greater than he already was. And that's what happened with Joseph. Joseph had to go through that hard time, that initiation. But at the end of everything, he was running the whole fucking world. And you can't really say it can happen, because if you look around, you already see people in positions that people are scratching their heads saying, how the heck did he get here? But he's in a position of a world ruler. Despite everybody talking trash about him, he's still there. So anything can happen the way it has to happen. And even like I said, the reason why that power was generated was because that female is power. She's representing the 18th dynasty of Egypt, which is all when the Europeans and the melanated people begin marrying together. And Barack Obama, that's his whole family. That's why he told you when he first became president, he's connected to Dick Cheney, George Bush. He has family. Barack Obama has bloodline connections to Irishmen all over Europe, the Pacific, Hawaii, I think he even got connections to Indonesia and stuff. All that started with the 18th dynasty of Egypt, and anything in Germany from Hitler, they're all connected to that dynasty. So when you focus on why you're really here, the other stuff may bother you a little bit, but not as much. And like I tried to tell you, I already realized that the stars can help you with understanding. The stars can help you with guidance. But if I was to make any type of move as far as relationships is concerned, that's coming from the gut. It's not coming from no reading. It's not coming from none of that. It's coming from the gut. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So one person may not get through the door, even though astrologically maybe they should have. And then somebody else, just for whatever reason, because there's a gut feeling that this is going to be more real than hoping and believing, and then getting your heart broke yet again. Another Charlie Brown going for that football, and Lucy's going to move it, and he's going to be on his back. Because I've been here long enough to tell that. And I understand the mentality. There's just a strange mentality on this planet that you have to become something other than who you are. Not that you're a nerd or a goofball, but it's just something weird. And I'm speaking from a East Coast USA type mentality. You know, it's almost like the bad boys are the thugs, even though they're going to cause a whole bunch of heartache and pain, but they'll still be picked over the nice guy that wants some stability, usually. And that's not an inferiority complex. That's just sitting back watching and saying, man, it's some stupid ass. Like, that's how I look at it. The whole thing's stupid. It's almost like she's, but not just her. Like, people just want some self-destructive stuff on this planet. So you got to get away from that. Like, you got to break that cycle. And unfortunately, when you meet your twin, they're probably going to be on that cycle. Like, my twin was everything I swore I would never have anything to do with. Everything I said I would never accept, never do, that's exactly what she was. And then somebody else told me that's exactly how it's going to be. Because that's how you change and that's how you grow. And I'm like, dude, I've been here long enough. There's been enough changing and growing. Like I said, I have long personal talks with God. But that's somebody I've been walking with for a long time. So I see God literally. I see like that. I see God the same way if I went into my boss's office and talked to him. Like, it's the same thing to me. But this is real. This is not bubblegum astrology. None of this stuff is fake. And when you get to that level, that's when you're gonna see revelations and stuff. But if you're waiting for somebody else to do it for you, or you sell out because you're more in a bubblegum astrology or some crap, you're never gonna see what I'm talking about. You're never gonna see divine healing or nothing because you're not with that. And I've seen a lot of divine healing, but like I said, some things would take longer. Would take fasting, praying, spending a whole lot of time alone with God. But there's other shit that needs to be done too. So I do that as well. But I also do a lot. I'm always in some type of ministry somewhere. So I didn't come here to save me. Like, I know why I'm here. And when people wake up, they know. That's why you could tell the difference between a person that knows they were sent, or they know they came here for a reason. And there's other people that either they didn't wake up, or maybe they're not from that location, so they wouldn't know what I was talking about anyway. So it's important that you know why you're here, and you know that. But to understand it, sometimes I got to give you videos like this one to explain it. Because like I said, most people, they're going to keep going back to what they want. Why have I never found love? Or why was my family so? But to tell you the truth, any earth angel, anybody that came to this planet to really help or change this planet, they all went through hell. They got raped, they got assaulted, their own family did them in. They didn't get along with their own, or they go separation. They might have a brother or sister that they had when they were little, but then they get separated, and they may not see that person again for decades. So this is not going to be easy. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. But when you learn that everything has a reason, and you stop going, why me? Why did this have to happen to me? Why? When you stop and pick yourself up and start moving forward, that's when the lights start to come on. Because this universe, I'm going to say it again, it's like a hologram. If you allow yourself to get knocked down, they say, okay, that's what's going. Everything that comes your way is going to be shit to knock you on your ass. It's only when you start to stand up and fight, and then it's like playing a video game. Okay, so now you overcame that, so now something else is going to come. And you say, what purpose? What's the purpose? Why is this happening? I have no idea. You would have to talk to the people that really run this thing. But inside, internally, like the book of Job, they couldn't beat him. They did everything to break that man's spirit. They did everything to bring him down, but he wouldn't let it happen. So at the end, you see them falling back. And everything they took for him that they could give back, they gave back, and they blessed him more than he had been blessed before. So to me, I call it the hologram. And he was put under test, and he passed his test with flying colors, and he got initiated even higher. Because even if you read the book of Job, they tell you he was like a judge. He was actually presiding over the people already. But after the book of Job, he was like, if he was that important before all that stuff happened to him, afterwards he was like almost untouchable. So you have to see it that way. You're in a hologram. All the stuff you're going through. And like I said, people can tap out if they want to, but you have to remember that all this is being recorded. That's what Revelation chapter 20 is about. Them books being open, all of our names is on it. And like I said, I'm just a little bit different, where I'm not here for no more silly stuff. Been here too long, so I'm not trying to go backwards. Like I say, like if I was talking about relationship, anybody I'm talking about, they gotta already kind of know what's up. Because I'm not gonna sit there. I'm not doing that shit no more. I'm not on this planet. Not for a long time. Like, y'all gotta understand, I've been single since 1998 and love it. Tell y'all all the time, like, that's one of the best moves I ever made in my life. There's just too much vanity and too much catering and too much shit that you can't get nothing else done. And then it could get worse than that too. Cause like even with the people I'm around now, what you could call relatives, it's always some bullshit. Most of your day is wasted on somebody else's shit. It's just too much. And I say this to God all the time. It's just too much. And then shit that needs to get done, because these people love this matrix. Shit that needs to get done, you can't even get to because there's always some BS. So you got to learn how to say no and move forward. Because like I said, I know I'm here for a reason. And people that deal with me, that really deal with me, they know that too. So I didn't come here for all this third dimensional nonsense. Like I keep talking about 18th dynasty, that's the dynasty that was connected to the elites going upward. Going upward like Sirius constellation, Osiris or Orion constellation, Orion belt, the Giza pyramids on Earth. See, these are way higher frequencies and stuff like that. So I had to get that out because, like I said, people have to come to an understanding. And like I said, sometimes if you're dealing with certain type of people, they don't get it. But in order for you to understand why you're here, to understand it the way you're supposed to understand it, it has to be told. Otherwise, you're going to keep looking for somebody to explain shit to you. That what happens after you get the explanation? Like let's just say let's say my ancestors were some type of criminal organization. How is that helping me understanding that now? And if it was meant for you to know it, you would know it. It would either come to you in your dreams or somehow you would get a reading and it would start to come out. But sometimes we waste so much time looking back when we need to be looking here and moving forward. So I want to get that out there and still give whatever information I find on the chart, but you just want to be keeping forward. Like I said, Nicodemus was trying to pull Jesus back to the days of Moses. And Jesus tried to tell Nicodemus, we already did that. The nation of Israel has already done the days of Moses. You're getting ready to say the days of the Messiah. The Messiah that Moses told you was coming. That's where you're at now. We're not talking about that stuff no more. I didn't come to change the law. I came to fulfill it. But either way, if it's fulfilled, that means it's like when you finish reading a book, you close the book. It's been fulfilled. You just got done reading the last chapter, nowhere else to go. You close the book. It's now time for a new chapter. Like your major arcana goes card number 0 to card number 21. And guess what after 21? That's it. That's like a restart. Now you're on a new journey because you've already completed the 21 cards, which is the journey of the fool or the journey of the hero. And the more you realize that, the more you move on. And what I'm trying to tell everybody that's listening, you'd be surprised what you're going to meet when you get past that journey. But you can't be worrying about earthly stuff, and you can't be worrying about every little thing. You gotta learn how to stay on. Why are you here? What is your purpose? Which we did talk about in the first video. So that's why I said take notes and things like that, because that's how it's given to you. Everything's not going to be clear cut. You have to learn how to follow spirit. Like in the Bible, many times they say, just go somewhere, and when you get there, you'll get your instruction. It's not, oh God, well tell me which way. Tell me before I get there. Tell me, explain it to me. I don't understand. Clarify it. He just told you. Get to this location, and when you get there, you'll get answers. Learn how to just trust God. Trust the universe. The universe ain't fucked up. You may think that it is. The universe knows what it's doing. It's us that's fucked up. It's us with all our bullshit that's fucked up. Not the universe. We're going to force it. Oh, I need love. Oh, you think you're LL Cool J. I need love. I need it now. Like you act like you're the only person sacrificing. You're the only person suffering on this planet. Everybody. It's people that live with people that don't feel loved and stuff. This is a tough place. This is a tough spot to go. I mean, you could go crazy just being on this planet with so much lack of love, and every time you look at the newspaper and all kind of crazy shit. And sometimes it's your own family doing the dirty stuff to you. You could lose your mind. So that's why you got to tap back in the source and learn that this is just a journey and it will have a happy ending. But the key word is ending. He said it's fulfilled. I didn't come here to change the law. I came here to fulfill it. You got to wait till the fulfilling. And that's what nobody's going to be that patient. But unfortunately, that's the way it's going to be done, whether you like it or not. All right. Number 5, as we said, is the Taurus energy, but it could also be the 5th house. And we'll learn more about that as we go on. I'm at the chart on the right. This is the male's chart. And now we're going into the 2nd house, which you see the EP, Capricorn. So right away it's going to be karmic. It's going to deal with the ego. And just as I thought, it's number 5 again. So we're dealing with some type of possible... Well, 5 can also be Taurus energy too. But see, the ego can be bullheaded. And he's got good fortune there, number 7, which is Cancer energy. Number 23 is connected to the Sirius constellation. 515, believe it or not, is still Mama. Because 555 is Mother Mary. That's 15. But also 15 is the Devil card. So again, you can see that this person is going to be bound to career and karma. And he's probably going to be making good money too. But he's still bound to that. Now, like I said, you're going to have to listen to your reading again. It's on the left side. Because whatever I'm saying is going to complement what I already said. That's why I told people, the best way to do this is the best thing you can do. Like I said, slow it down. Take notes. Especially if you're using WordPad and you're typing everything in WordPad. Now you got your find command. So when I'm talking about Capricorn over here, all you got to do is use your find command on your previous notes through Capricorn. It comes right up. It's not hard. It's just that people want everything to be easy. It's not. None of this stuff's going to be easy. None of it. Even when that person comes in your life, it's probably not going to be easy. I just hope that I can move forward. Because that's the one thing I hate about third dimension. It's like you're going backwards all the fucking time. It is so frustrating and annoying. It's almost like they say Murphy's Law. You can really see it's people that are going out of their way to keep you going backwards. And that's why they say it's a fight between light and darkness. Like I notice this all the time. I could go on and go on. But I've mentioned stuff like this before. Now, more recently, I started buying a certain food at the food store. Now, I already get up early in the morning so I can get in there and get out, because the more people, the more problems. Seen it all the time. Not a hermit, because I like people, but you got to know when to move. Because if not, you'll always be behind schedule, because shit's always going to come up. So now, I come in and I try to find the aisle where I went. Because keep in mind, this is not an aisle I always go down. This is a new food I'm going to. All of a sudden, soon as I order the food, now all of a sudden, guess what they did? They took the freaking... You know how you go down a food aisle, it'll say like a cabbage or canned food and stuff like that. So the one I needed to see, they took out. So now I'm looking like, where the freak is it? So I'm looking at all these things, and the one I needed, they took out. So why would they do it? They never took it out before, but the exact moment I need it, they take it. So that's frustrating everything you do, because that's the reason why you get up early, so you ain't got to ask somebody no questions. You get your shit, you get out, and I'm always in some form of ministry or some other shit. Plus, I don't just have my life. I'm actually living 2 lives for somebody else I do most of the stuff for. So now you have to ask the guy that works there where it is, but he's a newer guy. And you got to understand it's early in the morning and it's still dark out there. So they're very funny about that, because they still give me a hard way to go. Even though all those people in that store know me, because I've been going to the same store. Like sometimes they don't even want to let me in. I mean, it's racial. It's fucked up, but this is real. So they act like they don't want to open up the door, even though it's other people in the store, and I'm still waiting outside. And the guy kept saying to me one time, "Why don't you come later?" Like, I'm not coming later. You know what I'm saying? So it's no reason. That's why I just got finished telling you about this congressman, because we've had to fight people because of that reason. Because it's nothing but racial stuff and just stupid stuff. So he's represented me a couple of times, because that is my representative, or at least back then it was. And that's why I shook his hand and say thank you. So it really is a battle between light and darkness. So now somebody moves out the sign and I can't find it. So now I have to ask this guy that's relatively new, so he doesn't know me. And it's early in the morning, so he's already kind of uncomfortable, because he's like looking at me like, why are you asking me where canned foods are? They're like there's tons of big ass signs up here. And I had to really tell him, no, there's not. And then when he looked up, I guess he might have remembered. He probably said, oh yeah, they did move some signs. But look, why did they move it? Listen, that store been in place for 10, 15 years. Why did they move it the exact same way? I see this shit all the fucking time, so you can't tell me that shit, just happened to be a coincidence. I see that shit all the fucking time. So, thank God I was able to get there, get my shit, get out of there. But the point I'm making is, this is ongoing. And therefore, any decisions I make are based on those facts. Because I can't take on any more bullshit. It's too much. And that's why when you read the book of Ecclesiastes, he said, it's vanity, it's vanity. And struggling after the wind, striving after the wind. What he's saying is, this bullshit is bullshit. Like, if you've ever read the book of Ecclesiastes, that's in the Bible, he's telling you, like, man, none of this shit matter. He said you could clean something up and get it running perfect, and the person that comes after you is just going to mess it up anyway. He's saying all it because that's real. So when you realize that you just, what really matters, what really matters. And like I said, for anybody that doesn't see life that way, if you do get to live again, whatever you didn't work on, it's just going to keep on piling up. Whatever you're supposed to be working on in this life, if you choose not to because you're too busy chasing a girlfriend or boyfriend, or you just don't care, you don't believe it, whatever your excuses are, it's still going to pile up. And like I'm trying to tell you, when you read Revelation 20, that's supposed to be the last day. Well, now it's time to open up the records. So when they open up the records and they're saying, hey, you had this on your show, and why didn't you work on it? Why didn't you work on it? Why didn't you're not going to have no excuse. Because even this government would tell you, ignorance is no excuse of the law. So you can't say you didn't know because they're not going to accept that. So that's what I mean. If there really is a place called hell, you have to be careful if you're out of harmony with it. And most people are. Because most people, like I said, they're going with the flesh. They don't care about that. Like, they'll use the natal chart if it makes them feel a certain way. But they won't use the natal chart if it's telling you what your assignment is and why you're here and all that. They don't want to hear that crap. They just want to hear, where's my love? Where's my money? Blah, blah, blah. So again, second house Capricorn, which is career, it's karma. So anybody with Capricorn in the second house, this could be a person who's actually in a career of finances. Because your second house is your finances, your possessions, your value system. And it's ruled by Taurus. So this person may, at some point, either in this life or another one, could be somewhat materialistic. But he will do pretty good. And I see that number 7, because when I see that number 7, it makes me think of Cancer or the mother. And I did do a chart for somebody where I said he has mama issues. And you already saw it from his 9th house. It's definitely a feminine presence. And his 23 degrees will be Isis. Isis. But that would be your Mother Mary, or the Black Madonna is Isis. Now, third house is Aquarius energy. And remember, the third house. And I would tell anybody, if you want a further explanation of what's in these houses, go back to the video that looks just like this one on the left. Because I explained all that when I did hers. And this is a follow through, so I'm not going to explain it all again. All you got to do is go right back to that video. It's public right now. It's on this channel. But the third house is basically about associations, brotherhood, short time travel, publishing. And Aquarius will always be about the people, but it's also about technology, groups, and organizations. And so if you want to understand his third house better, you look in 2 locations. Look wherever Gemini is, and look at the 11th house ruled by Aquarius. So when you go to 11th house, once again, what do you see? You see deception. You do see money, though. Like, this guy will have money, but it seems to be based on drama. Like, it's going to be based on drama. So you see the whole thing, stalking, codependency. And it's going to be public, too, because that's the house of friends, association, groups. So whatever he's got going on in this 11th house, stuff I already named, and even that 28 degrees is too much. And he's carrying it into 12th house. And see, it's 28 degrees. Neptune was 16. So there you go, Mars energy again. So it's going to be intense again, like I believe we already talked about the Mars and all that. But it's too intense. And it could be your siblings too. Whatever's going on in your 11th house and your 3rd house will affect your siblings because, well, his siblings because the 3rd house is about your siblings as well. But the environment around you, it could be your whole family, but especially siblings. Now his 4th house, no, that's his 3rd. Let me do this again. AC is the 12th house. EP is the 1st house. Okay, so this is like a business-minded person, a professional person. He will have, anytime you have good fortune in the 1st house, especially with Capricorn, that means he will have money. So he'll have that power, and he'll also he'll have like a professional person, maybe even like a cold person to some people. But now, what's unique about him? This is how you know he's on different lifetimes. Because when you get to his 2nd house, Aquarius want to get the money away. Aquarius want to give the money to friends, association, the community. But that doesn't really add up to other areas of his chart. But that's because he's on 2 lifetimes. That's when you call somebody bipolar. Just think about what you're saying. When you say pole, like they say like a pole shift. You got a North Pole, a South Pole, right? So when you say somebody's bipolar, you're saying they're on 2 different poles or 2 different time zones. Because a pole is a time zone. So like let's say you go to the North Pole, it's real cold. So now it seems like time is moving slower because of the cold and the ice and all that. Let's say you go to the opposite pole if it's warmer. Now it's warm, everybody moving very fast. Now time is going fast. So when you're bipolar, you're really on 2 different time zones. Say, one minute he be all nice to me and be talking all nice. Next minute he just be mean. He be selfish and he be real curt when he talks to me. And he talks with a lot of disdain to me. I think he's bipolar. Cause like that's 2 different time zones. And wherever he's, like I said, everything is about transmission and reception, whether you believe that or not. It's energy. And so it's either going on inside psychologically, emotionally. It could be some spiritual stuff he's going through, or he really is. He's receiving energy from some other place right now. Plus, you gotta remember the planets are like I said, somebody that had a stellium. So that person gonna be getting hit with 4 or 5 or whatever she had. That was the most planets I ever seen in one house. And that's what it was with her. She was like Speedy Gonzalez. And that was the first thing I told her. Chill. Calm down. Because I hadn't seen her chart yet. So I didn't know what it was. I just knew she was coming way too fast and way too stalky. And I've been stalked too many times, so I don't play that. So I'm like, chill. Chill out. Because a lot of times people, like, it's more like a social thing. And they don't understand it. This is not, none of this shit is bubblegum astrology. It's not just social. Like, everybody can't leave a comment because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's like you go to see your doctor and the janitor come walking. Hey, what's up, Bob? What's going on, Bob? He's calling the doctor. Let's say your doctor's name is Dr. Robert Shuckoff. And then you go in the office and all of a sudden the door open back up. The guy don't even knock. And like Ed Norton. Any of y'all know who Ed Norton is from the Honeymooners? Hey, Ralphie boy. So the freaking guy that works in the sewer comes into my, hey, Bob, what's going on? Hey, I know what that is. Hey. Put your arm up like this. Like, wait a minute. What are you talking about, Ed? I'm not putting my arm up. You're not a doctor. So everybody doesn't have a freaking... And that's what the problem is. You got all these people comment and they think this is bubblegum astrology. They don't understand this shit is going to be used against you. Get familiar with Revelation chapter 20. When they start opening up all these records. Your natal chart is going to be one of the biggest records they open up. So like right now, if you go somewhere and try to identify yourself, they're going to say, where's your birth certificate? We need to see your birth certificate. That's a major record under their law that identifies you. And they can take that record and type it into the computer and find out if you got a criminal record and find out where you used to live in 1975 or 19, on and on and on, just from your birth certificate information. So your natal chart is the exact same way in the universe. Like when you say, what do you call it, the Akashic records or something like that, Akashic records or something like that, you best believe your natal chart is one of the biggest documents up in there. So it's not bubblegum astrology, and it's not a freaking joke. And that's why I say when I look at this shit, I tell her like it is. Like, did I make myself available for the twin flame thing? Yes, I did. Did I try to work it out with the person? Yes, I did. Because they can keep saying, well, I felt a certain way, or I needed him to act like this and he didn't act like that. And they can keep on making all these excuses, but at the end, the bottom line was, did you try to connect? And if the answer is yes, people got to stop making excuses. Because like, just because they make a lot of excuses in third dimension and get away with shit, the universe ain't like that. Because you knew you had dreams about this person, you knew who the person was, they identified themselves to you, and they kept reaching out trying to talk to you. And no matter how much they tried to reach out to you, it was always some effed up situation. Because that person wasn't where they needed to be. They want some, whatever it was. You know, maybe they are, unique, or maybe they are indigo, whatever. But the bottom line is, you didn't do jack to resolve the shit. So that's what they're going to look at. They're going to look at what happened, who, what went on, and that's it. And you say, well, what happens in that case? Well, the fact that you're existing now, even though you have a twin soul, so you can exist without the person. So don't try to make it seem like, oh, they can't get rid of you, because if they get rid of you, they have to get rid of them and shit. I don't know what they're going to do. All I'm saying is in the court, those books you see in open in Revelation 20, they can't find a person guilty that was using astrology the correct way. They're going to find people guilty that was using it the wrong way. The bubblegum astrologers, the twins that ain't want to get back together, all that shit. Now, what happens to them, I don't know. I have no idea. So in his third house, so he's still like a spiritual communicator. So to understand his third house, you have to understand his 12th house and where Neptune is. Now remember, Gemini rules the third house, and that's all about short travel, short or whatever. But Sagittarius is in the 12th house, so that's going to be like longer. Why is it longer in the 12th? Because they're going to try to bring a closure to whatever's going on in the third house. And that's why he's here. And if you notice, she's right there. Pallas is a soulmate asteroid, but you see it's 4 degrees, which is Aries. Now, and that's again Aries energy. So that's why I said while I'm talking, that's how you be writing your notes down. Because otherwise, I told you, it's gonna go right. It's gonna go in one ear and out the other. And then what happens is you'll have somebody contacting you, and they want you to go over it, but you do go over it. You just didn't take your notes. And no matter how much I tell you, believe it or not, you're not gonna remember all that shit. Because that's a lot of information, and you're being hit with shit you ain't never heard before. So you ain't gonna remember all of it. I'm just letting you know. You might remember some of it I gave you, because I've had people say that, oh no, you don't understand, like, I just can't read it on my own, I just can't write it on my own, I'd be better if I talked to you. And I say, alright, that could be true, because some people do learn differently. I get it, but still, you can learn anything once you put your mind to it. Because I'm going to say it again, if y'all love money, if I say, listen, in your neighborhood right now, is 5 suitcases, $20,000 in each suitcase. Let me change that. It's $200,000 in each suitcase. So it's $1 million in your neighborhood. Now listen, not only is it easily accessible to you, but you'll even have help and security. So you got no worries. All you got to do is go get it. So I'm going to tell you what you need to do. Get a pen and paper, and you can have those suitcases in the next hour or so. Fully safe, fully protected. So if them people want that money, do you honestly think they're going to be going, oh, I don't know. See, I'm not good at taking notes. I don't know. Do you think I can talk to you on the phone? They're not going to say all that shit. They're going to grab a pen and paper as fast as possible if they really believe it. Like if they have reason to believe that I'm not lying. Do you think anybody's going to waste time with all these excuses? Or are they going to grab a pen and paper and be listening, ready to get out that door as soon as they get it all down? And you best believe I was talking. Oh, because you slow down a little bit, they're going to do whatever they need to do to get that information. If they really believe that the moment they get that information, all they got to do is go out their house, go wherever they was told to go, and come back with the security with $1 million. So people hear what the fuck they want to, and they believe what they want to do, and this and that. And unfortunately, that's why they stay dumbed down, because they don't believe a lot of shit, because they don't see the reason to believe it. But the moment you give them a reason to believe it, like I'm gonna say, like during wartime, they say there are no atheists in trench holes. What does that mean? Well, in them holes, people be getting shot up, killed. So they say ain't everybody praying. So you say, I don't believe in no Jesus Christ, I don't believe in that Bible as a white man's book, I don't believe in that, blah, 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 until they hear some gunshot. Oh, Jesus, please, you gotta go. Jesus, please, don't let me die. Oh, I repent, I promise I repent. So that's what you're dealing with. And it is funny, because it's sad, but it's funny, because to me, where I'm from, we would call people like that cowards. Like, yeah, they're going to run, and they're going to run until they can't run no more. So the point being made is, you do hear it. So what you have to do now is, when you hear me saying like Aries and stuff, what did I say about your Aries over here? Because that's how you're going to learn it. And once you learn it, you'll be in a better position to move forward. Because otherwise what you're doing is you're listening real quick, and then you're going, what about this, what about that, what about that, what about that? And I told y'all, when I first did the chart, I told you that usually happens, because they're not listening. And if you're not dumbing it down and talking about fleshly shit, they never hear it. But if I was out here talking about fleshly shit, I'd probably have a bigger audience. But I'm not. I'm talking about spiritual shit from the universe, and most people are on a lower level, and they don't care about none of that, because they don't see how it benefits them. But it will benefit you once the matrix comes to a close, and now it's judgment. And when those books open up and everything from Revelation 20, when you begin to be asked, why did you do this? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you? And then you ain't gonna have no shit to say. But begging for mercy, and according to Matthew 7, you ain't gonna get it. So it's True North know why he's here, and notice is number 2, which is the High Priestess card. So you know this is all about relationship or twin flames. And then he's got the soulmate asteroid palace right there at 4 degrees. So once again, you see that Aries energy, and you see the 5 again. So that's why you can't make this up. 5 is either going to be Taurus energy or Leo energy in the 5th house. So it's spiritual communication. Like I said, we already said this guy might have some type of service and teaching based on his 9th house and his 12th house. Well, Pisces in the 3rd house might even be some type of Sunday school teacher. Now, the 3rd house can either be real small children, but it can also be humans. Humans that are kind of immature. But that's why he's here to be some type of spiritual creator, spiritual publicist, publicizing this information, spiritual teacher, spiritual poet. He might take short journeys that are spiritual, and that's funny because that could even be like a bus driver. Not saying that that's what it is, but he may actually pick people up to take them to church or stuff like that. And so his 3rd house, 12th house, and 9th house are all about service that have to do with teaching, primarily Sagittarius teachings. And Sagittarius is the belief system. Okay, 4th house is Aries. Anytime you have Aries in the 4th house, you're talking about drama, fights, violence. It could be a harm to children, and this would be kind of much physical harm. So whenever you find out where Cancer is on his chart, you may have more of an understanding possibly. And then you got 9 again. So why do they keep showing you 9? Because 9 again is Virgo. And it's the Hermit card, a person that has their own light. And they're going to do what they're going to do. See, it's a fire sign again. Now, when you see the sun in Virgo in the 9th house, well, that's Sagittarius energy. So he has a fiery personality. And it's that belief system that's probably causing him to be so aggressive. And then you got 9 degrees, which is the Virgo energy. And then you got 19, which is the sun. So his 4th house has a lot to do. Well, let me do that again. Yes, his 4th house was supposed to be about family, education, and everything I said it was in the video where I fully explained this chart to the left. His 4th house is more about that aggression and that sun energy, and also Virgo energy as well. Fifth house, Taurus. Taurus in the 5th house is very sensual, and it is not good for money because they'll start gambling, and when they start losing, they'll keep on thinking they can get it back. So I'm thinking in a previous life, this guy was a little bit more tight with his money, but in this life, he's a little naive and goofy with his money. Like a fool, and his money is quickly parted. So he definitely loves sensuality. In the 5th house, this is massages, this is gambling, this is food, this is sex. And you see it again. They go mama again. They go to nurturing. So that's nurturing for him. So yeah, when you look at his 4th house, it doesn't seem like he had a great relationship with family. In fact, you see Chiron retrograde, which means the wounded healer. So it's almost like planet Virgo or even the goddess Isis stepped in and kind of been a help with him. So I'm assuming this guy does have a connection to, say, the Divine Mother, the Spirit Divine Mother. So she's kind of been moving him along. And maybe that's one of his reasons for Aries energy, because without that aggression moving him along, he would just tap out. Because some people would commit suicide. So when you get to his 5th house, all about pleasure and stuff like that. So she's there nurturing him with that Curious. Because you know 7 degrees is the Cancer energy, and that Cancer energy will always be the Divine Mother. And now you see his girlfriend, or the person he'll find himself in a serious relationship with, is Taurus. Now, as you see, she has a moon sign Taurus right over there. And you also see the number 5. Like I told you, number 5 could also be Taurus, but it could also be the 5th house. And that's what he has. He has the Taurus in the 5th house. And that's what she has over here in her 11th house. And that's Aquarius energy. Now you notice it's karmic because Saturn is telling you this is karmic. There's a karmic connection. And that's why I say, I always try to make sure I say it, because you'll still have people saying, well, it's a karmic debt, and they want to ask more. Well, I say it so you hear it to make sure. Because once you hear it, now you can move on with however you're going to move on with it. A karmic debt that you have can either be an assignment you have with that person. Like I said, I'm trying to tell you. That's why like people think I just be out here talking. I'm trying to teach y'all. That's how the world really runs. See, this is what happens is when you force stuff. Well, I don't care about none of that. I just need love. I don't care. If I can't have sex with my twin flame, I have sex with my soulmate. I have sex. Me. And then when you see God, God says, I can't let you come in my presence because you're a fucking fornicator. Get out of here. Depart from me. Matthew 7. That's what happens. But when people want something a certain way, they're going to hear what they want to hear. They don't give a fuck about none of this shit I'm talking about. And y'all think I don't know that? Say, well, I'm not changing shit because I'm not burning forever. See, I happen to believe that is true. Now, is it a possibility I'm wrong? Possibly, but I'm a pretty smart guy. And I've seen a lot of supernatural shit in my life. That's why I don't back down. When I'm right, I'm a typical Leo. We keep moving forward. We don't give a fuck what you talking about. So, karmic assignment, you might be here for a reason. Like I told you, I worked with somebody and we got along good. And I know for a fact, if me and that other female work together, what I'm talking about at my job, not the one that's like a daughter from a past life, but the other soulmate, I know for a fact we probably would become more and more intimate. Because I can kind of feel it. And I've seen it. And I just watch her. But that's not meant to be. And sometimes you can make it meant to be. Sometimes. Like some people are very good with talking to a female and all that stuff. Now I'm sure I probably was okay with it, but now that I'm a lot older, it's just that something I'm not really interested in. You know, you start to move on and move on and move away from certain stuff. So what I'm saying now is there's different reasons why two people who maybe could connect don't connect. Another time, like I had one female tell me last year, "Oh yeah, I'm with it. I'll be with you, but I have a boyfriend." So of course you don't want that shit because I would hate for somebody to do that to me. But this is this life in third dimension. So it's always going to be some type of challenge, some type of this, some type of that. And you have to learn how to move forward despite the heartbreaks, despite the betrayals, despite that every step you take, it's like 3 trying to pull you back to some bullshit. For every 1 step you take, it's like 3 or 5 trying to pull you back to some bullshit. So you got to learn how to move. You got to learn how to walk your journey in a beneficial way. And it's not easy. Not easy at all. But you can't sell out. You can't take shortcuts. And you can't break stuff that if God said don't do it, you can't do it anyway. Because you're going to pay for that at some point. So like I said, in the 5th house is sensuality. It could be sex. It could be gambling, partying, but losing too much money because you're too sensual. Taurus in the 5th house is all about massages, food, anything that's fleshly or sensual, of the 5 senses. But there you have it, Juno. So it's karmic because it's Saturn and number 21, which is the world card, which is Saturn energy. So you may have an assignment with this person to like help heal. Because you have Curious there, which is the nurturer. So through sex and going out, like that's how the Kenyan was. When me and the Kenyan, sex was unbelievably great. And she was like my best friend. When it came to fun, there was nobody could touch her in any way, shape, or form. But it never could get to the Juno. It couldn't get to the serious because no matter what I tried to do to get it there or what we did as a couple, she was always on some bullshit. Like she never got off that bullshit. And she liked to talk shit all the time. And I'm the type of dude I hate shit talkers and shit. So it finally came to a situation where it was time for everybody to go their own way. But was it a great soulmate? Yes, it was. It was a great soulmate experience, a great soulmate situation. It was fun. I was never home when I was with her. Was it Juno? Yeah, kind of, because it was serious, but it just wasn't gonna grow. It was never gonna turn over to commitment. But you could say it was perceived as being serious, but you know it is what it is. So I just got finished telling you about a karmic, and ironically, she was from Ethiopia, where the history of my people, I think, starts probably in ancient India, moves through northern and eastern Africa, and then ended up here in the New World. And when those savages got here, those people were already here, even though they're trying to act like they weren't, but they were already here. That's why his story is his story, a big ass lie. All right. So I hope you're listening because I'm explaining all this to you so you get the full idea about the karmic. So that's a karmic relationship, which means, like I said, a karmic relationship is this one's based on love, healing, because Curious is there, nurturing. But it's still just going to be based on 5th house, which is not supposed to be that serious. It could be sex. You know, you may say somebody's your girlfriend, y'all all hugged up, but she's not fully committed to you. If she is fully committed to you, she'll be in the 7th house. So when Juno is in the 5th house, This may be somebody who wished it was more committed, but it's not going to be. And I used to say this when I saw Juno conjunct Saturn. I said Juno is a girl who wants to be married. She's going, daddy, daddy, daddy. She wants to marry you, and she's talking to her father. Now Saturn is the daddy with the shotgun. Oh, you gonna marry my baby. So that's how I used to see it. Now Saturn will try to bring y'all together, but he's still bringing y'all together based on what house. See, this is the fun house. So really, if the person is just being fun and helping you heal through laughter, sex, or whatever else, and having fun, then they've done their job. Like you can't make her, you can't make Juno act like she's in the 7th house, because she's not. She's in the 5th house. So this is a female that, you know, sex probably gonna be great, and the way y'all are, it would be like that's how the Kenyan was. If I could have turned that around at that time, I wish I could have. That's why after the Kenyan, that's when I stopped dating. 1998. That's when I shut the door. Too much fuckery on this planet. Too much bullshit. But that was somebody I did everything, and it still failed. And once I seen that, that's why I understand why Solomon wrote Ecclesiastes. It's vanity, and striving after the wind. And it's like you're trying to build something in a bag that's got a hole in it. So that's what I'm trying to say. In this house, it's not supposed to grow. And that was one of the questions she was asking. Now that doesn't mean it's not another person, but I would strongly tell her, really, really, really do like I said when you get your chart. That's why I took all that long ass time to do your chart, because all those answers have already been. A lot of that stuff you were asking me again is there. Now what you can do with this chart is kind of do it. Get to know the chart. Say, well, why should I? You got to stop being selfish. You're never going to get it. See, in order for stuff to come into your consciousness, it got to be in your consciousness. That's why I do it the way I do. I'm not stupid. That's why they send you to universities and colleges, and they tell you to get notebooks and pen and paper. Like nowadays, people just don't want to, they just want to be kids. Even though most of these people are grown adults, they want everything easy and they want to be kids. But real life ain't like that. Real life is going to be struggles, going to be good times, bad times, going to be real struggle, stuff like that. That's why, like a dude like me, if I met somebody that was mature, that's it. But most of the time I'm meeting people that are just down on some bubblegum shit. Oh, I'm going to do my part if this happens. And even if that did happen, they still ain't going to do their fucking part. You know what I'm saying? That's why, like I said, just look at the divorce rate, look at the immorality rate, look how many people are cheating on everybody, or who the baby daddy, sleeping with this, sleeping with that. Because that's where the people are. And they don't want to raise up, but they don't understand they've been dumbed down. And that's why a master teacher like Dr. Phil Valentine, he tells you, you're in a democracy. Now, why do they call it demon? Because those people are taking you where they're going. With all this lies and all this bull, fake news and everything, they're taking you exactly where they're going on that last day that the Bible talks about. They're going to hell. And people that are following that dumbed down stuff and make it easy. It's all about my enjoyment and my comfort and shit. You ain't going to be saying that when that judgment comes. You're going to be crying out, begging for mercy, and you ain't going to get it. And that's scripture. It's not me. It's not me saying it, because I didn't write the Bible. And you don't have to believe it for it to be true. So for people that really want to understand it, the way I teach this, you could never go wrong. Because first off, you're learning it. Now you're beginning to stand on both of your feet, and you're returning to what your ancestors used to do. Which means no matter who you meet, that's what I'm trying to tell people. Everybody is under the misconception that it's going to be their twin. Not in this life. You got to remember, your twin is you. You're never separated from yourself. Separation is an illusion. And once you realize that, you ain't sitting here wondering, what do I wonder what my twin doing? Why my twin? And there's 8 million people on the fucking planet. Like, what are you talking about? Your twin is you. Your twin is fine. You're not separated from your twin, stupid. You're just in a matrix that's lying to you. Your twin is fine. Even if your twin was crying, she's still, like, I'm going to say she because I'm a guy. Your twin is still fine because she has to learn to grow the fuck up. Because what happened was, in an ideal world, I should have been her knight in shining armor. But what I'm being told is with twin flames, even if you are their knight in shining armor, you may still go back into separation. So if I waited 20 freaking years, why the hell would I want to meet somebody who's going to go back in separation again? So I don't think I did anything wrong as far as that's concerned. I protected my freaking heart, which I have a right to do. I'm not out here breaking people's heart, and ain't nobody going to break my heart. See, you got to be tough. That's what the book of Job is about. He took on the whole freaking universe by himself. A little old man in the east. And everybody in the universe is looking at him saying, what can we do to him? What can we do now? And they're throwing all the stuff at this man, trying to break him, seeing what he's made of. And he proved that he had more class in his little pinky than every single one of them up above did. And they had to bow down. If somebody stole something from you and all that, and they never admitted it, or they never said sorry, but they replace everything they stole, that's already an admission of guilt. Because why would you replace something that you didn't take, that you didn't wrongly take? So you got to really study that book to know what's going on there. You're in a freaking matrix, and you're walking through this valley of the shadow of death, and it's up to you to do what you're supposed to do. Because if you don't, you're going to be judged by it. And if you do it, you're going to be respected. So even if they do try that silly stuff that they tried, they're going to know, not him. We tried that last year. He made us look stupid. We tried to make that person whatever, living whatever. And he walked through that shit like he's used to it. That's when you know, when you meet somebody, they ain't going to be all that fuckery and all that bullshit. Because they can't play that game no more. Like when you hear me say divine timing, that's what I'm talking about. Like just this morning, I go outside, it's early, very early in the morning. But I already know. I just know how things go. Early in the morning, it's cold and everything, whatever you want to say. And as I go out that door, I thought I saw like a figure to the left. And I said, I think it's somebody out here. Which it shouldn't have been because it's too early in the morning. I said, I think it's somebody out here. But then I looked, I said, no, that's just a tree stub or something. But sure enough, as I was getting ready to roll the recyclable can back to its place, that lady that lives next door was standing right there, and she tried to get my attention. I turned my head so quick because that lady is a freaking drama queen. All she do is start trouble all the freaking time, and I got too many people around me to do this shit all the fucking time. So she's out there trying to get my attention. The reason why she's trying to get my attention, it's a long story. Like I said, she has a history, like most of these neighbors, are just bullshit. And I could go into bullshit. And I've learned, I'm not, you can't, like I said, I was doing a good neighborly stuff, and all they would do was flip on me. So no matter what I tried to do to be a nice neighbor and shit like that, they just kept flipping on me. Now I just say, fuck them. Stay on your side of the property. Don't fuck around. Because if you fuck around, you're going to see me, and you're not going to be too happy when you see me. And if I have to call up and report your ass to get you to stop dumping your shit on my property, I'm going to have to do what I'm going to have to do. So I had to go back to who I used to be. And I hate it, because I wanted to grow up. But then I finally realized as long as you're on this planet and everybody wants to be dumbed down, you can't grow up because you're going to have to deal with them on their level. They're never going to respect you on their level. Like I said, if you knew how many females that saw the Gary side, didn't want it. Fuck that nerd. Oh, he's too nerdy for me. But then they see the psycho side and now they won't leave me alone. So you're on this is a low frequency planet. It's just the way it is. And you have to understand that to understand everything. Because otherwise, like I said, you're going to keep on going by what you think. And you're going to keep on getting yourself hurt. So even if you get what you're looking for, you're still going to get hurt because you never understood what I'm trying to tell you. See, when you have a real trainer, he's trying to train you and show you how it really is. Because if you get in a boxing ring based on some bullshit, you might win a couple of bouts, but at some point you're going to get hurt. When somebody trains you how it really is and you see it and can accept it, then when you get in that ring, you're a totally different fighter. You're a better fighter. You're a seasoned fighter. Even though you haven't had a lot of matches, but you're a seasoned fighter because you understand how that game is played. Don't see yourself getting hurt as much. You know you can't trust a person. You know to keep your guard up at all time. Like all that stuff you know because that's just the way it is. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. So when you meet somebody, they can already tell you, oh, he's not the type that's going to let me do whatever the fuck I want to. So they don't even try usually. Whereas if you meet somebody, you're Mr. Nice Guy and all that, they just going to sit there and, oh, what can I get away with? Because I done seen this since I've been on the planet. What can I get away with? What can I do? And that's business too. Business is the same way. That's why I shook that representative's hand. Because once they knew I had somebody with power That wasn't going to let them bully me and lie on me. They left me alone. Because that's how bullies are. Bullies are going to bully you until they realize you're not going to be bullied no more. And it's the same way in a relationship. A person who knows you ain't putting up with that bullshit, they'd be less likely to try it. And it's sad that we're on a planet like that, but that's just facts. Everything I said is facts. So you have to understand that, because otherwise all you're going to do is get a natal chart, or you're going to, a psychic going to tell you something, whatever else, and you're going to keep on playing the same make up the breakup type of shit. And the reason why you keep making up or breaking up or breaking up or whatever, sleeping around, is because it's immaturity. There's no character. There's no backbone. And plus, like I said, this is not the time to be sleeping around, because people got diseases and stuff. But when people get so dumbed down, they think, oh, that's not true. Yeah, it is true. All you got to do is study the statistics. It is true. You just don't want it to be true because you think you're not going to catch a disease. But if you're sleeping around and you're not practicing no type of safe sex, there's a good chance you're going to have some type of disease. So this is about, that's why your natal chart helps you see why you're here and what this is all about. And again, it is your record for life. And on the last day, that you see John chapter 6 about the last day, that's Revelation 20 when all that stuff gets opened up, and they're going to be judging your life by your chart. Did you do this? Did you do that? Did you follow your purpose while you're here? Did you do this? Boom, boom, boom. And if you're acting like you don't know what the fuck they talking about or some crazy shit, I feel sorry for you. I really do. That's like going to the DMV without your driver's license and the necessary paperwork, and you think they're going to just trust you. Listen, man, I told you where I was. That's my car out there. They be like, sir, we don't know who you are. You're not presenting no type of ID, and we don't know if that's your car or not because you're not proving it. And they could stop you right there. Like the cop could come up to you and be like, stand over here, sir, and you know whatever, fingerprint your ass and shit. Cause like I said, how you gonna be in the DMV without a driver's license anyway? How did you get here and shit? Like your ass, your shit is screwed and shit. So that's my point is, so if they want paperwork, why you think God don't deal with natal charts and paperwork? That's just silly. Everything is books and records, just like Revelation 12 tells you. I mean Revelation 20. Books and records. And that natal chart is probably your biggest record on this planet. That's why when Messiah was born, the first thing they said is star. We know he's the king because his star told us. And we know he's going to be built, he's going to be born in Jerusalem because his star told us. So that's how powerful your records are. So I think in Revelation 20 do talk about books being open, I think. Yep, books was open. That's in records. Do any of y'all ever think about that? What's in them books that gonna be open? Or all of y'all so deceived that y'all just think it's just a joke? Like y'all ever like any of y'all ever been bad boys in school and shit when you just thought you was the shit until you get in that principal's office and shit? I've been there, I've done that. Because that's the vibe I get sometimes. People just think this is a fucking joke. They just don't care. But you're not going to be so tough when you're standing in their presence. Especially when you know that the elevator is not going up for you. And I'm saying that to hopefully wake people up. Because I wouldn't want that to happen to my worst enemy. Because that's that you ain't getting out of that once you go down in there. And it's called hell for a reason. So once again, this is a karmic relationship, and the reason for it is healing from whatever they've been through. But it's still not going to be lasting, because that was one of her questions. It's a karmic relationship. Like I said, with me and my twin, it had to end at some time. And like I said, it was very sad. It had a lot of good times, but it had a lot of sad times. But that's one of the reasons why I'm just not with it no more, because it's just too shallow. That was another relationship just based solely on sex. Even though we were friends and sex, but there was no way it was ever going to grow to anything more at that time. And I don't know if it would have grew anyway to any other time. That was a situation that was just there for that day. Like even there was another chick in Cherry Hill. That was the same thing. Now, it was a great experience. You know, had a lot of pros and cons, but it had a lot of good times. But then after it was done, it was just done. It wasn't supposed to move into anything other than that. And I'm gonna say it again, but I do believe when you are in step with the universe, you'll know. If you're doing your part, you'll know. And that's why I be trying to tell people, you have to learn your natal chart. You have to learn how to think. And you got to stop being so selfish, because that's what you're asking. What about me? What about how's this going to help me? What is this? Me. Your natal chart wasn't just written for you. Your natal chart is showing you why you're here, the challenges you're going to go through, and what you're supposed to be doing while you're here. And I did talk about all that when I did this chart to the left. But if you're so busy, what about me, you're going to go right past it. That's like you come in the house when you're young and you're talking all crazy and shit, and you're mad or frustrated, and your mother got food on the table, she got everything ready for you, and you so busy walking through the house talking crazy, you don't even go in the kitchen. And she done been working all day to feed you. So you gotta learn how to slow down, go to the meal, learn how to decipher the meal and stuff like that. That's why I say with teachers, if a teacher gave you an assignment and you come right back, the teacher might tell you, well, I'm not answering none of your questions until you answer mine. And that's why usually when they give you homework and shit, or you gotta answer these questions, because like otherwise most people will do that. They're not really going to think about it. It's just human nature that you want something to benefit you, and you don't see that this is going to benefit you when you know how to use it. Because like I said, I don't sit here worrying about none of this. I totally trust the universe, and whatever's meant to happen will happen. So Saturn 22, like I said, that's the twin flames number. Saturn and the number 21 with Juno tells you this is Karmic, which is all about sexual healing. And you keep saying 23 on his chart. So 23 is like the serious constellation. But 23 could also be like Uranus, like a type of Uranus energy. Like anything can come out of anywhere and change on you. And like a lot of people ask when, like, well, when is any of this going to happen? And again, from my experience, it's never really supposed to be about when. Because when you're on a journey, you're on a journey. And that's why they use the word journey. Like when they say the word journey, they're talking about, well, you learn as you go. Now, there may be somebody out here that'll tell you when, and that may or may not happen. But what happens is, suppose somebody does say when, and then it comes and goes. You understand my point? And then you say, well, I don't believe that shit no more because she told me that around Christmas time, I was going to find love, and I didn't find nothing. In fact, my car broke down. You know what I'm saying? Now they don't believe shit. So it's just my experience that, like, the question when doesn't. And like I said, if you're immature or you're messed up because you've been through a lot, or you've been through a lot past life, because a lot of people, they don't get it. Like, they just want it to be easy. Look, I've done thousands and thousands of these charts, and that's the one thing I always notice. They don't want to do their part. They just want it to come, and that's not how the universe works. That's like somebody knocking on your door saying, "Hey, you owe me money. What do you think I owe you money for?" Well, for landscaping. So what landscaping did you do for me? Well, you owe me money. How do I owe you money when you've never been on my property? You've never landscaped for me. I don't owe you no money for landscaping. Well, so they don't want to do nothing. They just want it to be easy, and that's just not how it really works. So when you go to Christianity, it's the same energy. Like you're serving this God, and He expects you to put faith in Him, and it's by you putting faith in Him and listening to Him that you begin to see Him working through your life. The universe is the same way. Like even when you see things up in there that you have used like magnetic attraction. The reason why you have magnetic attraction up in the universe is because that's how it's supposed to be. Like God is supposed to be like your north. Like in the compass, it's all about the great north. So God will be the great north. So again, this would definitely be sexual, fleshly, a lot of sexual healing. But the world card also means end. Like when the world card is pulled, a lot of times it means ending. It could mean karma, but it could also mean endings. And then if you notice, the fifth house is opposite the 11th house, like it's supposed to be. Now, 11th house are all people and fun and mystery and scandal and all that. So I don't know who that'll be. I don't know if that's past life or present life, but it's almost like that's one of the reasons why they won't become a serious relationship, because of shit going on with scandals and materialism. Because you could tell he's got a problem with materialism, because you see that 15 in Capricorn. So you see the 7, which is Cancer energy or Mother energy, and that's what really turns this guy on. Like the power of finances, partying, getting high, and what happens here stays here type mystery and secrets, and in the fifth house is great sex, highly sensual sex, but that's all it is. When you take it to the sixth house, which is Virgo energy, and we've been seeing a strong presence of Virgo on his chart. So both Gemini and Virgo are ruled by planet Mercury. And that's funny because his Mercury is in Virgo, but again, it's hard to understand. Now, why would it be hard to understand for him? Well, they say in a past life, people may have listened to what he was saying and they had a demise. So now he's going to have trouble with people listening to him in this life. And again, Gemini in the sixth house is like a part-time job, because the sixth house can have something to do with your daily routine, your daily activities, and it could be like a part-time job, or he's helping out somewhere, and it could still be young children, because the Gemini rules the children, and it's almost like saying it's some type of spiritual service. So that's where you could either have a bus driver, it could be a Sunday school teacher, Sunday school bus driver, or something like that, or some type of bus driver. Seventh house, nothing there, but it's still Cancer, teenage to adult education, land, property, real estate, vehicles, and travel. The mother-in-law, Daimon Quelli. Well, I shouldn't say the mother-in-law, but the mother and the subconscious mind, Daimon Quelli. But again, what is that? But you notice it's empty. So you go to where Cancer is. Cancer rules the fourth house. So now you see Aries. So things may be so intense that this person may not see his own family. Now, right away, somebody might say, see, that's how I know you don't know what you're talking about, because he's married and blah, blah, blah. But what they're trying to tell you is, it's not with the person he's supposed to be with. I'm not saying he is, because I don't know. He may be married. If that was the case, he may be married, but it's not with the person he's supposed to be with. That's what this chart is saying. Like with the person he's supposed to be with, they may not connect. And she already asked that question. Well, she didn't necessarily say it was this guy, but she was asking me what went wrong. But if you're listening, that's why I said I'm showing you. And sometimes you just have to learn how to listen, take notes, and that's how you get it. But if you're hard headed, you don't listen. It's like if the doctor says, "Hey, listen, take 2 of these in the morning and 2 in the night, and blah blah blah." And I don't, when I don't listen to my doctors, it's for health reasons, because some of that shit will fuck you up. Like, you don't need to be taking a whole lot of medications and shit. So that's why I don't always listen to what he says. But other than that, we'll listen. But if he is prescribing you correctly and you just choose not to listen, of course you ain't gonna get better. Probably get worse. So that's why I said that's the best way. That's how you get it in your mind. When you go over it, you take notes. And that's why I said, one, if you did have a WordPad document, then everywhere where you wrote Capricorn and stuff. So now when you go over to this chart to the right and you write down Capricorn, it's going to take you right to those areas in the chart on this one. So now you're going to see everything on Capricorn. And that's why I said, like, it's not really hard. They said maybe people don't think that way, or they're just lazy. But there's no way you're going to understand all this by listening. There's no way. It's never going to happen. You got to take notes. You got to really, this stuff you got to really consider. So that's the 7th house. Going into the 8th house right at 0 degrees. And that's also karmic. That's the vertex cross. It's about karma. It's about fate. It's about destiny. And then you go to number 22 yet again. 0 degrees. Uranus energy. Uranus energy. And look where her Uranus is. Right there. Libra. And that's in the 10th house of career, which could also be karmic. So there will come a time which is going to seem like it comes out of nowhere in the 10th house of career or karma, but it's going to come out of nowhere. Now, because this is the vertex cross, this could be the soulmate or the twin, but whoever or whatever it is fate and destiny. That's what the cross symbolizes, the vertex. Wow. And that's an anaretic degree, right? Wait a minute. Let me stop. Yeah, it is. That's an anaretic degree. Now, let me do this again. So that's the 8th house with Leo in it. And remember, why did they want him to be 8th house Leo? Well, Leo can deal with the ego. The 8th house is the past life. And like I said, you got a free report. So it's really up to you to really read everything that's in that 8th house, because it is going to be supernatural. It is going to be past life. It is going to be sciences and chemistry and dying and rebirth and stalking, intense emotions, codependencies, psychic behaviors. But it's almost like they want him Leo in that house because it's a dark house. But it can be very sexual, Leo in the 8th house. But it's a dark house, and Leo won't be afraid to go into the unknown. Still going to be about a lot of mysteries and transformations. But this isn't necessarily a family house. But Leo is still the kids, because you got to be very careful whenever you see Mars in Leo, because it could be abuse, especially the children. But through this intense 29 degrees karmic anaretic situation, 44 means healing. So give me a moment. We're going to look at 29 degrees Leo, 29 degrees Alright, so this thing is acting up. Just give me a moment because I'm trying to find something. Like I said, when you become one with your natal, that's how shit happens. Because you have to understand you're helping, you're part of the energy. It's your natal chart. So when you just want somebody to tell you what's going to happen, because that's what a lot of people do when they go to a psychic. The psychic could be wrong or right, and it's not really your energy. It's the psychic's energy, and it's the spirits that she's connected to or he's connected to. But it's not really your energy. You got to remember that. That's the psychic's energy. When it comes back through, like you ask the question and she processes it to that realm, and then it comes back through. But that's all her. That's not really you. He said, well, they're going to access, my life and stuff like that. The correct way to do it is the same way you see when Messiah was born. They accessed everything through his natal chart, but his natal chart went back to him. It didn't go all over the place. All right, so the karmic degree, 29 degrees, is always a significant event. And it is going to be fate or destiny. And the 8th house is also about fate and destiny. And I want to count this to make sure we got the correct count. Now remember, the 8th house is also opposite your 2nd house, which was career, but also in relationship to your money. But the 8th house is other people's money or shared resources money. And you got Leo there. Well, he's got Leo there. And when you look at her Leo, you see money and you see Virgo. Or you see Venus. So 29 degrees 8th house would be 29 degrees Scorpio. So let's look at that first. Now, this could be the end of a life cycle, or it's going to be something significant that somehow affects a life cycle. So there might be some type of financial responsibility left to you from someone who has passed away. It could also be the end of a probate. It could denote excessive tax burdens or inheritance issues. And they're saying that a death may be experienced at this placement. But like I said, it's that Uranus energy, but it seems to come out of nowhere. Because the way I see it, your 8th house and your 10th house are kind of working together because of that Uranus coming out of nowhere. And that's what an anaretic degree does. Anyway, even without the Uranus connection, an anaretic degree usually comes out of nowhere. So now you want to do it again. You want to say 29 degrees Leo. But they're saying this can be very fortunate. And it talks about Regulus. Now, I just saw Regulus the other night, right below the moon. So this might be the end of a creative or procreation cycle. And although they say end, I say, well, it could be an end, but it might also be something else. It could mean the end of a creative cycle. Creative juices take a new direction. It says love is karmic and usually happy at that time. But it could also mean infertility or having too many children. But that's what I'm trying to tell you is you got to be careful because you see he's talking about children. With Mars there, it could also be violence. And when somebody says, well, how can you say woman and it sounds like you're saying this could be a good thing, but then you're also saying it could be, because you never know. You might have to take somebody out. Somebody might get taken out. You know, it's different ways that could unfold. Because even when you look at OJ, even though he was found not guilty in the murder of I think her name was Nicole, and that other guy, they still caught him up on they said he was still liable or some junk. So even though he was found not guilty in their murders, the family still took him back to court and said he was found guilty on being whatever liable or some crazy stuff. And some of the stuff you'll never know what it's like, what it means is you're actually in that situation. Let me see. I think Takashi 6ix9ine. I want to see what they gave him. They only gave him 2 years. So within 2 years he'll be out and he'll be one of the most highest paid rappers in the world. The good thing about it is he doesn't have to fake it no more like the rest of these jokers is doing. He can be exactly like most of them are, a bunch of snitches and a bunch of fake ass wannabe gangsters. I can't believe he just got that off. 2 years. All the dirt he did, the people he affiliated with, and telling on everybody. I'm gonna tell y'all, there's no way in the world that the feds can get you and you only do 2 years. That's a miracle right there. All right. You have. See, I'm gonna try to tell you. I hope what I'm about to say resonates with somebody. But I'm gonna try to tell you how this really goes, because a lot of y'all are in fantasy world, and somebody needs to tell you the truth. What people do, they won't do it the way their natal chart tells them to, because they don't want to touch it, don't want nothing to do with it. They don't want to do it the right way. So what they do what they want. So they sleep around, cheat on their wife, cheat on their husband, cheat on their boyfriend, cheat on their girlfriend, sleep around with anybody, everybody. Whatever they do, right? Because they don't want to do it the correct way. So they do it the fleshly way. And then when it comes time for judgment, God can't do nothing with you. Now, the reason why they don't see that as a big picture, because they don't really believe it. Because that's how, like, once you start sinning, the more you sin, the less you have any connection with God or reality. And that's why people start making up their own belief system and all that crap, because they have no connection no more. And that's where these people are at. And so nothing's going to be easy on this planet. So you may have a lot of sex and a lot of money, but that's all you ever going to have. Now, somebody that does it the correct way, they have a lot more struggle, a lot more stuff like that. But when they do find stuff, if they've allowed this process to mature them, they will have longevity and stuff like that. Because the fact of the matter is, if people are not told what to do, they're going to run wild. Now, I keep telling you about the people that know to stop at the stop sign. It's something about however that was disciplined inside of their mind. Because you could have people out there wilding, drinking, all kind of crazy stuff at night. But they will go down that street. I'm not saying every single one of them will stop, because I know a whole lot of them won't. They'll go right through there because they don't think nobody's out there and they could care less. They're drunk. They could care less. But you will have some people that, for whatever reason, will stop. Now, it's not because they care, because if they cared, they wouldn't be drinking and driving and all that crazy stuff that they're doing. But it's something about that red stop and something about it that they just, for some reason, stop. Even if it's just for a couple of seconds to make sure before they proceed. So the point being made is, when it's done the correct way, you'll have that same type of discipline. And when you have that same type of discipline, I guarantee, when you do connect with whoever you connect with, whether it's your twin flame, your soulmate, or just somebody that you two just seem to get along for whatever reason, you'll have a better chance of it not being bullshit. Because nobody's going to do it the correct way unless they have some type of heart or some type of character. Because most people are going to do it the other way, which is lie about everything, sneaky shit, and bam, bam, bam. What they don't know won't hurt them, and blah, blah, blah. But that's when the Bible says, a man's ways is righteous in his own heart, but the ways after that is death. So that's what it boils down to. And that's why I say I can't worry about numbers. Oh, I'm losing so much money. I can't worry about none of that crap. I got to do it the way it's supposed to be done. Because all that other shit, even though it's powerful now, it won't be at that moment in time. And like I said, that's why, if you notice, most people don't even get into prophecy. And that's something everybody should be into, because that's like some of y'all will read that newspaper though. Or some of y'all might be on YouTube and go real quick YouTube news. You'll go somewhere and watch a couple of videos of what happened today or what happened throughout the week. But you should be just as eager to read prophecy. So that's where we're at. All right. So again, like I said, because every house has so much in it, there's no way somebody could tell you specifically. A lot of times is with the angel cards we get more information, and a lot of times a person sees something going on in their life and they ask about it. And then you can go back to the natal chart and say, well, what happened? Like you say, well, it's somebody at my job and I think this person likes me and stuff like that. Then a person can get your chart, look at whatever you got in your 10th house or wherever Capricorn is and shit like that. And look more and more and still ask the angel cards and stuff like that. Or even check a couple of like daily readings and find out what's going on. And then if you've been doing this for a while, it's not that difficult. Cause like that other female I'm talking about at my job, she does look at me like off and on throughout the day and stuff like that. But that's just one of them things that's probably past life or some type of energy connection. And yeah, it could grow into something more, but you'd have to ask yourself, would you want it to? Because that's a rough spot when you work with somebody, because that could lead to somebody getting fired. Because once emotions get involved, people start getting stupid, and you already see how she kind of gets jealous just by that. And like what she did yesterday, it was just funny, but it just caught me out there. It was kind of funny. It was hilariously funny because she was just a flirting with that guy, because that's not her personality. Like, she's not really even like that. You know what I'm saying? That's it was kind of cute, but it was just funny. She went out her way to make sure I saw her flirting with that guy, and I guess that was payback. But for me, I didn't even know she liked me, so I wasn't trying to. Because I really do. I try my best to go out of my way not to hurt people's feelings. Because one day I was just in a good mood. I was complimenting a few of the. I was doing prophesying. I was like talking to the customers and telling them. I said, you're a comedian. I said, you're gonna be a comedian. I said, I hope you don't get mad at me, but you're gonna be a comedian. She was like, oh, thank you. She said, I really am gonna be a comedian. She said, I want to be a comedian. Shit. And so I prophesied over her. Then another customer came and I prophesied over them, and I was done. So then the other person, I didn't know she was listening. So she came up and she was waiting for me to say something to her, and I ain't say nothing. She was pissed off, like she was real mad. I was like, I ain't gonna do that no more, because I wasn't trying to be rude. I just didn't think she was listening. But now I realize that, so I don't do stuff like that. And if I didn't have a prophecy, I didn't have a prophecy. It's not my fault. Blame the universe. All right. So that's how you do it. But you don't. It's not necessarily like I said. You have to learn what's in your houses. That's how you become a conscious. So you have to be conscious of your natal chart, because like the 8th house has a lot of stuff in it. But I don't want to read all that, but it's your chart, and you read. I bet you, like, if you like to travel, I bet you read brochures and shit. I bet you, if you want to know what the ship's gonna look like, if you want to know what's on the ship, what type of food served on the ship, what type of music is on the ship, I bet you read that shit though. Or you gonna go somewhere and look at a video, because you can do that. You can go to a video and say what's in the 8th house. So there's other things you can do besides just sit there and go, oh, hey, what about this? What about that? What about that? You have to become proactive with your chart. Like I said, like when you get a credit card, what do they tell you to do? You got to activate it. Your natal chart ain't activated if you think somebody else is going to do it for you. I can tell you what's on it, but you have to activate it. I can never activate your chart, ever. I can just tell you what's on it and possibilities. You have to activate. It's your chart. That's why I said when you study the Bible and they tell you this baby's being born and they tell you about a star. Now that chart, that star chart they talking about, that star, as far as his life was concerned and why he was there, that had to be activated by either him and probably Mother Mary. Now, even though the angel did talk to Joseph, but Joseph was just like transport of the child. Joseph was one protector and a transporter of the child. But he didn't activate Jack Dilly Squat. That came through the mystical side of Mary. Now, if you knew about the Gnostics books, because there's other books that are holy books. You call them Gnostics, or the Book of Matthew. There's another Book of Matthew. This is all talking about the connection, the mystical connection between Mary and Jesus and stuff like that. But you got to understand how it all works. But only you could activate your chart, because like when you know about the pyramids, like back in the day, the pharaoh or whoever, he would walk up to walls that would just open up, and nobody even knew the wall was there. Nobody knew it was opening. But pharaoh or somebody who knew the secrets, they could walk up to that stuff. Just like in the pyramid in Egypt, they got an elevator that takes them down to the king's chamber. It's an elevator. This is why when Jay-Z got into that fight with Solis, Beyonce's sister, in the elevator, there's a reason why they did. That's Egyptian. That's Freemasonry shit. That's secret shit. That's why that fight took place in the elevator. Because they're talking about the king's chamber. Just like Kanye West is running around talking, oh, I found Jesus. I found Jesus. But all his symbolism is still saying Horus, the god of Egypt. So he didn't find Jesus. He's teaching them Jesus. He's teaching them Christians about Horus. And that's why he got Lecrae down. Now all you got to do is watch Lecrae's videos when he started making a lot of money, he started putting a whole lot of Egyptian stuff in his videos. And that's why a lot of Christians stopped messing with Lecrae. But now what's sweet about it though, now that Kanye's down with Lecrae, Lecrae is getting back all that money he lost when he started becoming more and more like a secret society Christian, which is really Egyptologist or a Freemason. But now he's gonna get all that money back because now he's down with Kanye. So it's on the move whether you choose to believe it or not. And just like now in this particular realm, it's all about immorality, perversions, and all kind of crazy stuff that's about to be wiped out of here. There's going to come a time when it flips back to what it used to be, what our ancestors were about. Being one with the universe, one with the stars, one with your natal chart, and on and on and on. And like I just gave you Lecrae. Lecrae lost a lot of money because once he found out what he found out, he was more determined to support it. Even Lecrae said, oh, man, I'll go work at Home Depot. Now, before he was making so much money today, he didn't have to worry about working nowhere. All he had to worry about was making the music he made and having supporters. But now that it's all changed because Kanye is putting Lecrae on his team. Plus, they got Joel Osteen, and you can't fail when you got Joel Osteen on your team. So it is what it is. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just telling you that's how the world really runs. Everything I said in this video is based on facts and not based on foolishness. And it'll never be based on stuff that can send you to a burning hell for the rest of your life, like immorality and all kind of crazy shit. I don't care what these demons are talking about. I'll vote, but I'm not down with the democracy. I obey the laws, but I am not down with the democracy. But I am here, so I do have a right to voice whatever. That's a constitutional right that we still have. All right. So that's why I said you have to really get to know your 8th house, because that helps you know what's going on. So when you do ask questions, even if you go to a psychic, you'll know what's going on because you know what's in your 8th house. Otherwise, you're just going, oh, I got something going on. Could you tell me what it is? And they're like, yeah, well. But that's how you get partial knowledge, though. That's what even in the scriptures talk about people that got partial knowledge, because that person probably ain't going to be able to tell you everything. The more you become aware of your chart and what's in these houses, the more you'll kind of have an idea. Oh, you know, I got a money problem, so that has to be wherever my 2nd house is, or wherever Taurus is, or wherever Venus or Jupiter. Those will be the main places you will look, and you might have answers right there. And plus, when you really know what you're doing, you're not going to have, no matter how good that tarot card reader is, if they don't know astrology, you wouldn't use them. Because they're going to be giving you information, you're not going to know how to check it on your chart. So you got to make sure they're telling you, oh, this card is like, this is a card, this card resonates with Pisces. This card resonates with Taurus. And that's how you know how to go back on your chart and find it. And none of it's no harder than the shit you do every day. It's just that you never heard it before, don't want to do it, and that's where it stops. But you do a whole lot of hard shit every single day. That's no problem, because you either had to learn to do it for your job, or you like doing it. Some of y'all like playing some complex board games and shit. I would never do that. Like, I'm a highly intelligent person, but it's some shit I will not fuck with. Like, I used to be a nerd, real good with technology. Now, if you put technology in my face, I don't even want to fuck with it. Like, I have no patience for it. But like years ago, I used to love to figure that shit out. All right. So I think we still got to do 29 degrees. Did we do 29 degrees? Yeah, I think we did do Leo. It's 29 degrees Leo, 29 degrees Scorpio, and 29 degrees Mars. (29 degrees Mars). It might mean health issues. Could mean a lot of sex or too little sex or health issues. But like I said, we also learned this could also mean money. That's why I'm saying somebody might be out of there one way or another where this person gets money. And it may have already happened, may is about to happen soon, or in the near future. But you really got to know your 8th house, like I keep telling you, because that's everything. That's past life. That's all that stuff you wrote in that letter. A lot of that stuff is in the 8th house. Because even when you start to ask questions to find out more, you'll have better questions to ask. Because otherwise, what you want somebody to just go fishing. You got to remember, you activate. Even your questions activate those portals in the universe that are connected directly to you. You have to activate your natal chart. Nobody else can do it. They can tell you a few things about it, but you have to activate it. And in Jesus' case, he was just a baby. So even as a baby, he probably could activate it because he still had that God power. But Mary was doing everything. And you got to remember, if you understand metaphysics, the darkness was here first. Mary has always been here. Isis has always been here. Jesus represents the light that came out of that darkness. And that's your first twin flame. So you best believe they were working together. Mary was working together with Jesus back in the day. But Mary still had the ultimate power when he was first coming as a light. When Jesus was first coming out of that thick darkness, his triple darkness, he's coming out. And they say, like people in Islam say, it took him I think they say they took him, I forget what they said, something about trillion years or 6 trillion years or something. And then something else about 76 trillion years. I studied all that a long time ago. So when you know all this stuff, even though most people don't get it, that's why you don't overreact. Because you understand this has been going on forever and ever, and you're part of it. So you can't fail. But you only fail when something goes your way you don't like. Oh, well, I've been single for whatever. Oh, it's been 15 years. Why? Well, like I said, you just got to learn how to, what do you really want? You got to learn how to handle stuff and handle it like in a mature fashion. And if you want to move forward, you got to make sure you advertise yourself so that a person knows that you're not with all the games and you're trying to move forward. Because that way, otherwise, you're going to just keep on finding dead-end people and deadbeat people and stuff like that. Like I've learned to become very, very, like I'm just very, very focused, because I used to give anybody a chance, but you just keep damaging yourself. So I don't do that no more. And I'm also very quick to tell people, because some people try to push their way in, Even I got that female that I work with, even if she was serious, because I mean a lot of females act like that, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're really about that. So even if she was serious, that would be one thing she would have to know, that like I'm talking LTR. Like I'm not talking about get to know you and then you still gonna go your way and I go my way. Like some people already know. Like some people want a family. Some people say they want one, but they really don't. Some people really want a family. They want that whole experience, but some people don't. Some people will tell you, oh, I would like to be a mother, but they don't mean like mother having your ass around. You know what I mean? They might want to be a mother, have their kid around. That's cool. But they don't necessarily mean have a mother and have your ass all around. Because I had a female tell me that. She said, oh, I have a child with you. We could raise it together, but I'm not going to be with you. But she said, well, we can have a child together. I'll raise it with you. In other words, we'll raise a child together, but not with you. I'm not going to be. So that's crazy to me. Like that's foreign language to me. So you got to make sure you know what people are talking about, because people will say, yeah, I want to get married, but they really don't. Or yeah, I want to get married, but I don't mean stay married to you. But I'll get married with you and maybe stay 6 months and then break up, and you can pay me alimony or whatever for the rest of I'll get married and have a kid with you, and then you can pay for the kid and pay me for the rest of your life or whatever. But I don't want to be with you. So what the fuck are you talking about? But that's how people think nowadays. So you got to be very, very careful. That's why if you're listening, I'm telling you how this is done. You got to get off your ass. You got to stop being lazy. You got to stop looking for the easy way out. You got to really take this shit. You got to learn how to activate your chart. Like when I got all these cards you're looking at, I got 2 different decks of Archangel cards. I got Archangel Gabriel. I got Archangel, the 45 Archangels. The 45 cards, not 45. It's only 15 Archangels. 45 cards. But when I got both those decks, I took everything. I met each card. Looked at each card, read it. I formed a relationship with the cards. So that's how you do it. You have to become one, because this is your real history. And this is the kind of stuff your ancestors was in. The more you become one with that, the stronger you become. And unless you're going to be worrying about where my twin at, why my twin do this, and blah, blah, blah. All that is a sign of desperation, and it's a sign that you really don't believe in the universe. You don't believe that there's a source leading you. You don't believe that you're on a journey, and most of y'all think y'all can do it on your own terms and stuff like that. And that's what Adam and Eve did, and that's why they got kicked out of the garden. And the next thing you saw was a flaming meaning hell, and a sword meaning the word of God. So because they chose not to obey the way God did things, they got kicked out, and they will be burning for eternity. But that's the choice people make, and you don't have to believe it for it to be real. But you will believe it when you're there, and there ain't no coming out of it. All right. So now I'm looking at Lilith in your 9th house. Again, belief system. She's at 6 degrees. Remember, that's a doubt card. That is a lover's card. But it's a doubt card, but it could also be Venus. So that's, again, doubting a little bit. And remember, we already learned that Lilith in Virgo could have a lot to do with cleaning issues and not feeling you're feeling good enough. So he may deal with those type of issues. But he also has 26 in that house, which is your belief system and the house of service. And remember, we know 26 is the God, the spiritual word of God. And back on Takashi, because he's 6'9", and you got Lilith at 6 in the 9th house. So 6'9" again. And I guarantee they're going to give him the time he already served. They're going to give him that. I guarantee they probably already did it. So let's just say he already been in jail for 6-7 months. So that means he ain't even going to do 2 years. He's going to do like a year and 4 months or some shit, like a year and 5 months. And if that was a state bid, which is not, it's a federal. But if that was a state bid, he probably would get easy pro. He'd be out. He would be out because of probation and shit. But it's a state bid, so I mean it's a federal bid, I think. So you got to stay in there. And believe me, it all depends on what they convicted him on. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be federal charges. But if that was a state bid, if that was a state thing, he'd be getting ready to walk out. Snitching ain't easy, but it pay off if you the Takashi did 6'9". I think of how many mob guys are still up in prison and shit. All right. Lilith in the 9th house. Let's see if we can get that. Yep, we got it. This is Astro Codex. All right, give me a moment because I'm just taking it from here. I'm putting on a word pad so I can blow it up, make it easier to read. So he could be real critical in the 9th house. And remember, the 9th house could be in-laws, could be long distance, could be philosophy, could be a culture and class. Like this, almost like his home would have a foreign. He would either have a house in a foreign land, or he would have a home that's kind of like foreign. but he could be very critical because Virgo can be very critical, and so can Lilith, and he might even be critical about himself, and this could be like health and hygiene is all Virgo, but Lilith and Virgo can be very critical. So Lilith in the ninth house, or Lilith connected to Sagittarius, they say she's in her fall in that house, and we'll find out why. So they say Jupiter and Sagittarius, they want to do things that are positive. They want you to have good fortune and expand, but they say Lilith deals with a lot of dark energy. But you do want to add that his Lilith is direct, not retrograde. Because Lilith retrograde to me is way more worry or concern than Lilith direct. Oh yeah, when you go back to his true north node again, as you see, his true north node does not have an aura. Oh yes, it does. So he's okay. So again, his true north node is why he's here in this life. Third house, all about communications, ideas, the community, maybe siblings, but it's a spiritual purpose, and his soulmate is right there next to him, which could also be a twin soul. So it is spiritual communication. So the ninth house could be philosophy. So they're saying Lilith in the ninth house may be somewhat dogmatic about whatever the philosophies are in the ninth house. So let's just look at it again. Well, it will be frustration because it's not going to be understood. He's not going to be understood, so no matter how he comes with it, it's not going to be understood. And see, Pluto's about power too, but Pluto is also about hell. Pluto is the ruler of the underworld, and Pluto's at 26 degrees. So he may have a strong on his religious views. And remember, this could happen over a course of time, because just because you see it on your chart, it doesn't mean it happens like at the same time. This could be through the years. So they say he may use his religious beliefs or spiritual ideas to impose them on the masses. Now keep in mind, both his third house and ninth house tend to agree with that, because he'll use whatever publicizing he has to push his belief system. So he might actually be addicted to power by teaching. So they say he may indulge in drinking other people's energy through transforming their beliefs. Well, they say he could be a radical person who actually helps the society progress through destroying stereotypes. So like I said, as I'm speaking, right now we're learning what his purpose is and things like that. And that's why I said it's so important to take notes, because that's why I'm saying I could be explaining things, but if you're not listening, not taking notes, it's going in one ear out the other, and then you'll be like, oh, what about this? What about that? What about that? What about that? So then it's like we're almost going backwards, because that was already explained the first time. So you want to make sure you're listening to whatever and taking notes or whatever. However you do it. Like whatever you need to do to get it, but the answers are right there. And I know people want specific stuff, but really you need to activate your natal chart first, because nothing's really going to stick if you don't activate your natal chart. And you activate your natal chart by listening, like I said, taking notes and looking at it yourself and stuff like that. That's how all that stuff activates. It's not by somebody else, because we can only do so much. Now you'll have people out here to tell you that crap. They're ripping you off and they're taking money from you, but you gotta activate your natal chart. And I'm telling you, if you study the Messiah when he's a little baby, it was through Mary. It wasn't through Joseph, because all Joseph was at all times was a transport. He was like he was a transport. And the only reason why they did Joseph was like a front, because if Mary had been walking around without a man, without walking around with a baby with no man, they would have stoned her to death, and then who knows what would happen to the baby. So they needed Joseph for that reason. But Joseph was never, like, if you just study, he was never, even in the Bible, he went disappearing. You don't even know where he's at. You don't know what happened to Joseph. Now, and when you go to the Gnostics, he was terrified of Jesus, because he made the mistake of hitting. Even when I was little, I said, well, what happened to Joseph? I was just a little kid. I said he probably tried to hit Jesus and an angel killed his ass. That's what I said. And then the more I study and read it, I see how, because he did hit Jesus in a Gnostic. And Jesus said, if you knew who I was and why I'm here, you wouldn't hit me like that. And the Gnostics say that Joseph was so afraid of Jesus that he would run to Mary. Like whenever something was going on with Jesus, he would run. He was terrified of Jesus. And you should have been. You can't hit the Son of God. You can't hit God. And even when they hit Jesus, they saw him healing people and raising the dead and stuff. They still hit him. This is a crazy ass planet. No respect. But you're about to get what's coming to you. So they're saying this type of person could be a troll, a cynic. They say he might be a taboo breaker, and he may use black humor. Because you got to remember, Virgo can be very cynical without Lilith. So them two together. So they say this type of person won't recognize the universities, institutes, and professors as authority, and will frequently abandon studying. But that's good if they're relying on spirit. That's good. That's actually, in my opinion, that's actually a plus. Because when you go into these universities, all you get is his story, and his story is based on a lie. So when you're talking about you serve the God of truth, but you're serving God with shit learned from lies, your power is not gonna be that powerful. That's why I'm saying all these 504, whatever you call them, 503s or whatever, and then you got all this Freemasonry and all that shit. You show me 3 Bible, no, you can show me one Bible. Show me one Bible scripture where God tells you to use all that. He says trust in him. He says trust in spirit. But not very few people are doing that. So I'm glad this guy don't want to have nothing to do with the universities and all that garbage, all that crap. Hopefully he'll tap back in the spirit and have his real power. So they say he likes to learn by himself, but that's why you see Virgo, and that's why you see the number 9 degrees is Virgo, which is the Hermit card. They say he likes to learn by himself, but that's the Hermit. He has his own enlightenment. So they say he'd rather be more into daily activity instead of trying to walk around like, well, that's good. I respect that. Because I'm like that. I don't give a fuck about a title. I don't give a fuck about a degree. I just want the truth. Because I know for a fact, when all this is over with, those people that stand with what I'm talking about will still be standing. But after that, anything that's part of this little system, what you want to call it, it's going down. Anybody that's really in the matrix, it's going down. Even people talking about they follow Jesus, but Jesus told you, don't get comfortable. Don't look for your kingdom now, because if you look for your kingdom now, you're not going to have your kingdom in the future. But people don't listen to him because they want the big cars, they want the big house, they want the big everything. And then some people say, well, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's just to deceive you. You're supposed to have all this stuff, but I don't know. Like I said, I've been doing this for a long time. So it's really hard to fool me, because I've been doing this for decades, and I've seen them come and I've seen them go. But I know the word of God has always been, everything he said always been constant. So I know what I believe. And that's all I can say. I can't make nobody believe what I believe, but I know what I believe based on facts. And most of these people are cowards because, like I said, all they're doing is sleeping with this person, sleeping with that person. There is no integrity. So why would you listen to somebody that has no integrity? That should tell you right then and there where these people are going. Like you're not going up when you don't have no integrity. You're going down. And you're already in third dimension on planet Earth. How low can you go? Like it's like the bus. The bus driver says, next stop is hell. You've already done third dimensional, which is close enough, but the next stop is the real deal. Boo, boo. So they say this guy will have real wisdom from practice. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I said you have to activate. You have to know your natal chart. Not just look for quick fix answers and all that. You have to know your chart. I can point you in the right direction, but you still got to look the stuff up and all that. Especially when it comes to that eighth house, because you got to really know what's in there. And all of it's been written out. Quite simple to look it over. So they say if this dude was to try to go to a university or be around other students, he would be a distraction. He wouldn't be able to deal with it. They say because of this reason, he has a rebellious character, cannot accept being put in the patterns and borders that a highly authority imposes, that a higher authority imposes. But he doesn't need it because his story and all that shit is based on bullshit. It's based on oppressing the people that they overthrew. Everything they do is to oppress the people that they overthrew because they know that these people have the real power and they know these people are about to wake back up and take their power back. But they say that a ninth house Lilith can be misleading, but they can manipulate the masses. So they say if your natal chart has difficult aspects with Mars or Mercury, well, I definitely know the Mars wasn't looking too good, but Mercury is definitely because it's a retrograde. It says be very careful of what you are teaching your people. Said these people they might suffer from hidden enemies. He said generally try to think a lot before. Okay, so he does say think a lot. Okay, before starting to preach a certain idea which you know can create discord. Because he's basically saying Lilith and Virgo in the ninth house wants to shake shit up. But he said be very careful of doing that. So this person may be approached by foreigners who have a strong Lilith in their chart. Lilith in the ninth house can create irritations connected with distant travels. But at the same time, the chart owner may be approached by foreigners who have a strong Lilith in their chart. Well, let's see. Well, let's look at both these charts. Where is your Lilith to the left? Taurus in the 12th with the moon. Not too far from your true north node, but that's in the 11th house. So he said once these people connect with Lilith in the ninth, this can bring unexpected situations and power gains between them, as the native will despise in them some negative traits he knows he has too. So now you're going to war with somebody else that has Lilith in these areas we're talking about. But you two are getting into it because you're battling that person, but you're actually battling the Lilith that you both have. So they're talking about the style of writing this person may have, and he may publish radical scripts. So once again, what you're listening to is why this gentleman is here. See, remember, you're in his ninth house is opposite the third. His third house is where his true north node is, and that's why he's here. So both of those houses will be working together to form whatever he's going to do. And a lot of times, it's like different times in your lifetime. Like the third house might represent an earlier time in your lifetime, but the ninth house might represent a later time in your lifetime. So this person may be drawn towards writing dark poems and literature. He may deal with deep sexuality in his writings. He may try to explain in many different deep and archetypical layers of his soul. It said Lilith can even trigger sick imagination. I'm sick with this. Does anybody know who that was? Who said that? That was Humpty Dump or something. Humpty Hump. Tupac's best friend when he was down with the Digital Outlaws. Do y'all remember when Tupac was in Digital Outlaws? Am I that old? Lilith can even trigger a sick imagination, which will be considered quite radical and taboo by other people. That's kind of like Slim Shady. Back in the day when everybody loved Slim Shady for all the crazy shit he used to say. And he even told you he has a connection to the witch. I know for a fact Slim has a connection to the feminine and stuff. And that's why he has the power he has. So they say this guy may be really, really good in alternative literature. And they said, but his works won't be for the masses. But I tend to differ. I think nowadays the masses are more interested in this type of stuff. They're not the minority no more. They're the masses. Now that guy, I showed these people a guy on my other channel today. He's in Newark, New Jersey, and I said he was saying the same thing when I was listening to him. He said people are leaving like traditional whatever in the masses. So there's a whole lot of people hungry for that type of stuff. So they're saying this type of person could become a publisher. So yeah, he might write literature that people won't readily accept. That's Mercury retrograde, but that might not be everybody. That might be certain people. Like, see, the ninth house is really it's a traditional house, believe it or not. But he's anything but traditional. So those are the people that probably won't like his stuff. So they say this person might be a state-of-the-art liar. So he can perfectly masquerade his lies under his words. Diverting the other people's attention and generally be a master of deceit. They said he could perfectly masquerade his lies under his words. That's kind of crazy. Baby, I thought you said you were taking us and the children to this music park. Oh, I am. I'm definitely going to do it. Yeah. Today? You said you were taking us today? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I got to go to this one stop. That's all. I'll be right back. Don't worry about it, man. I'll be right back. Now, baby, you're not lying, are you? Of course not, man. I told you right up the shit. I'll be right back. No problem. No. 5 hours later. Baby, where are you? Oh, man, I'm on my way right now. Come right now, bro. His lies can even be having a strong theoretical background, a whole philosophy behind them. Oh, now this is a guy that's going to be lying to you, but he's going to be giving you these long-ass stories and shit. Well, I know I was supposed to be bringing you money, baby, but on the way, I saw this deer. A deer was hit on the side of the road. So I had to jump out and I administered mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And the deer almost got back up, but it fell back down, baby. I'll be there in a few more minutes. I want to try to get it back up. They say this will make them be easily believed, especially from the masses. So this dude will be a mass deceiver to the masses, but they'll believe him and shit. That's a gift. That's the type of shit Hitler was on. Hitler could have you believe in it. We will win! And next thing you know, the whole world wants to be like him, murderers and shit. They said he used to meet with his generals, and his generals used to tell him that what he wanted them to do could not be done. And he would call all his generals back and meet with every single one of them. No matter where they were in the world, Hitler would call all his generals back to Germany, and they would meet with him. And everything that they told him, what he believed that could be done, he would tell them to their face, bam, 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 and they would go out and try to do it anyway, even though from a military aspect, they really believed it couldn't be done. And ironically, some of the stuff did get done, but not all of it. Because if all of it had got done, then Germany would be ruling the world right now. But a lot of stuff Hitler was saying could not be done, and it actually destroyed the military. And that's why towards the end of World War II, they were trying to kill him. His own generals were trying to put him to death. And remember, Hitler definitely had a connection to the divine feminine, because that's why they say hell. Like if you read your Bible, they be going hell is in there. Y'all just don't notice it. That's what I mean. Y'all don't get no understanding and shit. That's the choice you make. But it's in your Bible. They keep saying hell. Not just hell coming from the sky like weather. You see them saying hell. So that's why Hitler used to say hell. The same reason. Because he's telling you he's connected to the divine feminine. Even when you go, Hail Mary, full of grace. And people say, well, don't compare. No, but you got to, because he was Catholic. Like they act like that ain't true, but they got the pictures and everything. Hitler was really working with the church. People get mad when you tell the truth, but all you gotta do is check history. Don't get mad, check history. If it's true, you just gotta deal with it. And anyway, any Catholic that knows their prophecies, they'll tell you that the Great Tribulation that's about to start, the Great Chastisement that's about to start here on this planet, Mother Mary's behind that. Anybody will tell you that. I think all you got to do is go to like William Tapley, Third Eagle Books. He's a Catholic. Say who brings the Great Chastisement? Mother Mary does. And then if you ask him who kills the serpent, who crushes the serpent's head, he'll tell you Mother Mary does. Like if you go back to the Bibles before these people came and started changing shit, it's actually Mother Mary that crushes the head of the serpent. And if you want to see in your own Bible now, go to Romans chapter 16. If you notice, Romans chapter 16 talks about Mother Mary, then it talks about the crushing of the serpent's head. It's right there. And any Protestant Bible is still there. So people are so obsessed with what they believe that they don't want to deal with reality. But we don't have no more time for bullshit. This is why we're in the situation we're in, because we let a whole bunch of liars teach us what to believe. But people ain't having that no more. That's why we just read about the masses are turning away from this garbage, and they're waking up to stuff like that, what I teach and stuff like that, and other people. Either you want to wake up or you don't, but your next destination Like any lie is going to get you down below. So you can believe any lie you want to, but you'll be down below because the God ain't dealing with those lies no more. Facts. So now this person may be having sexual adventures with foreign people or people of other religions. It's something. I'm not gonna say who. It's a black preacher. I will tell you this. One that not too long ago, maybe 7 to 10 years ago, he had a certain event, and it was a woman's event. So here's a black preacher, a famous black preacher, at this convention or whatever, but it's mostly all women. So this is how he started it. He said, I know what you ladies are thinking. He said, I'm a man, and I got all you women here for this women's event. And he said, I know y'all thinking, what type of freaky stuff is this man on? So a lot of people say, well, that's not funny because it's a preacher that said it. But in a way, it is kind of funny in a funny way. Now, it's sad that some people will actually act on that. But as a joke, it is kind of funny. But so this is what this guy can do. This natal chart you're looking at to the right, he has that type of power to move the masses. And he can make the masses believe him even if he's just saying stuff that's not true. But they'll believe it anyway. So they say this guy, if he's making long distance trips or long trips, it's for sexual reasons. And he's going to have partners, not one, but many partners in faraway countries. And maybe even secretly, a lot of time in a distant place. But let me just tell you, if he's got lovers in distant places, you best believe he's probably got some local too. And if he doesn't have it local, it's because he don't want to get caught. But if you can get women across the world, across whatever, to sleep with you, then you darn sure can do the same thing locally. So just because something is in the 9th house does not necessarily mean it has to be far. Remember that. And unfortunately, a lot of his people will be spiritual, which is sad. But that's the state of affairs religion is in. That these people don't care for molesting children. Everybody's cheating. But yet everybody thinks they're going to heaven. You're not going to heaven if you're breaking all these things that are clearly shown to you, not only in astrology, but in the Bible and other holy books. You're going to the other place, and you're not getting out. So this is why people like me keep trying to tell people, as the time runs out, take this a little bit more seriously. Repent. Do it the way you're supposed to. So they say if you got Lilith in the 9th house, you will create a cult around your beliefs or your ideas. So you'll have a strong ability to influence others. So they say this person will have a strong desire to express their darkness, but they have to learn how to express their darkness in a way that won't have a negative effect on people. And that's interesting. That was very interesting. I really wasn't expecting to hear that, but I'm glad I looked it up. But also, he didn't mention it, but Lilith in Virgo has a problem with like cleanliness, so they don't think they're good enough. That's at number 6. Because remember, number 6 is still, it's the Venus energy, it's the lovers. Well, it's also Gemini energy. It's the lovers card. But it's also Venus energy too. And ironically, Virgo rules Gemini and... No, Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo. So this house right here, this 9th house, is a big Mercury house. But that's because he's going to be real good with the masses. And again, that's what... Mercury retrograde can also mean deception. I've said that before. But it usually means you can't be understood. But it could also mean what you're saying is deception. In other words, it's not true. Alright? Now, 10th house, Libra, and the 10th house can have anything to do with a business agreement, legal matters. This could even be a lawyer, some type of legal situation, some type of business ideas, business partnerships, contracts, relationships. This could be somebody in a relationship with their partner, some type of business. Because like I said, that's what this person was asking about, business and stuff like that. But with Uranus there, it can turn. But you see that number 7? See, that's Cancer energy. So this dude has a strong mommy Cancer thing going on. Because if you go to his 7th house right now, Cancer right there. So he has a strong mommy Cancer thing. But remember, Cancer rules the 4th house of friends. I'm sorry, Cancer rules the 4th house of teenage to adult education, land, property, or real estate, family and ancestors. Imom Coeli, the mother and the subconscious mind, vehicles and travel. And because it keeps giving that little secret of like teenagers, he may even have some type of situation with teenagers or whatever. Because remember what I'm trying to tell you. I know what it said about long distance sex, but really this is any sex that's inappropriate. It's hidden, but it might even be right in front of your face. You know, the two come walking in, and if you're not looking, you wouldn't notice it. Like when they busted Michael Jackson or whatever. There was a store in the mall that it closed, but the mall allowed Michael Jackson to go in after hours because that way it doesn't be all the people crowding him and holding everything up. So he would go in the mall after it was closed. They let him in, and it was him and a little white boy. Now, you wouldn't have thought nothing about that before. Michael likes kids. What's the big deal? He's a little kid himself. His daddy used to beat him up. He's just enjoying his youth. He's got all the money. You wouldn't have thought nothing about it. So if you saw the video, you wouldn't have thought too much about it. But then once all these accusations of child molestation come out, now you look at the video and it is a little weird that he's holding a boy's hand, and it is a little weird that they're arguing with each other like a couple would and shit like that. You start to see more in the video that you didn't see before because you didn't know what was going on. So this type of person is like that. You could say what you want, but it has nothing to do with long distance and all that. This dude is a master deceiver to the point of being crafted. And if you were listening, I talked about Mars and all that. So when I started mentioning Hitler and all that, World War II, I did cover it. I told you about Homeland Security. But what happens is if you're not paying attention, you're not taking notes like you're supposed to, then what happens is this is all going in one ear and out the other. And then when it's all done, somebody will go, hey, what about this? What about that? And then that's when I tell them I did talk about that. I'm not going to talk about it again if I already talked about it. Because I want you to learn. See, like I said, I can sit here all day and go, ching, ching, more money for me, ching, ching. Oh, sure, I'll talk about it again. I'll talk about it 14 times, and ching, ching, ching. I don't do that. I'm a very realistic person because you got to wake up. Stop wasting so much time on the garbage that you're spending a lot of your time on. Deal with the real. Deal with your natal chart. Learn it because that's when you activate it, and then you see all the power in the world. And probably when Jesus was told to go to Egypt to avoid Herod killing him, that's also where he probably activated his natal chart, in the homeland or Egypt. Or North Africa, however you want to call it. So, medium Coeli is also the true north node. And see, they go to number 24 again, return. So you see in the 9th house and the 10th house, he's really working on that love. And that's why Libra is there. That's the return. The number 24 is when you were young, you were on a South Street, and you got bullied. So 2 years later, you come back to South Street, and you're looking for a little bit of closure. So that's the number 24. That's the number of return, which can also turn into 6. That's why you see 6 right there. And I just got finished telling you what number 6 is. So in the 9th house and 10th house, you see that return coming. Even with Mercury lying, Mercury not being honest, maybe that's what that return will be about. That he's got to learn how to not lie to this person. So Vesta is also in the 10th house. Vesta is about work and duty. 5 degrees. 21 is karmic. 5 degrees is either Leo energy or Taurus. And remember, Vesta can be, because Taurus is the high priest, the Pope, the Hierophant. And Vesta is a form of a high priestess, but she works for Virgo, and Virgo is right there. So I believe Vesta is in that, and wherever you see Vesta is where a lot of work goes into it. So I believe this 10th house, remember I told you it's karmic? This 10th house is so these two people can work it out. I really believe that. And that's 21 Saturn. So she might say, well, does that mean I should get in a partnership with him? Well, That's totally up to you. But I don't like people lying to me. Because I don't like anybody who thinks they're smarter than me, because I think I'm a very smart person. And I take offense to that. The moment somebody's around me acting like they're so smart, I go out of my way to prove I'm smarter. It's just something I do. One of my best times out here online was I met this female, and she was real good with computers. And at that time, I thought I was real good with computers. So we finally got into it, and I knew she was going to try to do some slick shit with the computer. So we actually started a war to see who could outsmart who, and I won! So that's what's up with that. So if you can put up with the fact that he's probably still going to have a problem with lying, then go for it. But if you don't like being lied to and stuff like that, or you don't want to have to keep double checking yourself, it's up to you. But I do believe his 10th house is all about working it out with you. And see your 0 degrees, Juno. Your Juno's at 0 degrees, and if you notice, it's shortly after Uranus, and they go at 25. Now, why is 25 there? I told you 25 is law. Now, normally 25 could be universal law, but in this case, I think it's actually legal law. So I don't know what your situation is with this gentleman, but it looks like it'll be some type of legal shit if it hasn't happened already, but that will move eventually to possibly you and him connecting on some type of level. And unfortunately, that's where his Venus is at too. And medium Coeli, like a lot of times, medium Coeli, because it's in the 10th house, a lot of people look at that as a masculine energy. But medium Coeli is not always a masculine energy. It could also be feminine. It just depends on what's up there. But if you're looking, you notice you got the moon, so that's feminine, and Vesta's feminine. And remember, the moon in Vesta is just like almost like the moon in Virgo, and that's why it's so close. This is all feminine energy. And obviously that feminine energy is weakening him. It's weakening his ego. That's why you see Leo up there. It's trying to get him to be a different person, be considerate. But that may not happen overnight, just so you know. And remember, the number 25 and the number 7 are very similar, because they both are 7. So it does seem like after some type of legal situation, it'll come out of nowhere. And remember, medium Coeli is also part of a person's true north node. Whenever he has Jupiter. No, well, that's not his 12th house. That's his 11th house. But it's almost like his 12th house because Leo's there, because Neptune's there. So whenever you have Juno, whenever you have Jupiter working with Neptune or the 12th house, that could be a guardian angel. And that guardian angel will always make sure he has money and will even try to protect him. But see, this is the 11th house, and like I told you, Scorpio is all about sex and secrets. And now you found out why, because he's going to be having women, or he probably already did it, but he's got women all over the place. And don't think they're all long distance. That's a bunch of bullshit. He's got women all over the place. So when I be trying to tell women, you have to be careful, because you women don't think, and you get mad because I tell you the truth. But you bring men into your houses, and I've done videos on that, and you don't realize it. That guy's going through your family and shit, because you don't think about it. All you're thinking about is yourself. That's why I keep doing about vanity. These are the reasons why I'm hated. But I'm trying to save kids from being abused and molested, and parents need to be parents. You brought the kid into the world, protect the kid. Don't just bring people in the care. Because you could go somewhere else. However you do it, you don't have to bring people around your kids and shit like that. So that's something you choose to do, which is a big mistake. And also, like I said, people that have sex and then they go, well, I'm not ready to have a baby. Well, why didn't you practice some form of protection or birth control? Why have the kid and then say, I'm not ready to have a kid? Now you want to just kill it because now God's going to come for you at some point. And remember, murderers will not inherit the kingdom of God. These are all facts. So you can hate it. You can try to shut people down. But see, me, I want the people to talk, because that'll help me not make a bad mistake. Because once you shut these people down, nobody's going to tell you not to do it, and then you're going to do it, and you're going to be burning in hell for eternity. So one thing you don't want to do is just shut down people that are brave enough to risk everything and lose everything. All the money I could make doing this bubblegum bullshit, I won't do it. So you should actually be thanking God for it. So that's why I said, hopefully some days people will wake up and realize that. All right, so here we go. Now, we're going to do this by your chart. We're going to find out who this person is to you. Give me one moment. I got to get situated here. All right, your Venus. Third house, Gemini energy, and Leo. So you're looking at you're primarily looking at Gemini and Leo, possibly Sagittarius because of Jupiter, but that's a possibility. First thing you see, his ascendant is Sagittarius, that's ruled by Jupiter. So that could be something. But now we want to go quickly to your third house. Not too much going on there. Your Gemini. Well, no, your third house is Pisces. Well, you do have you got a true north node in Pisces, but not too much there. Well, Jupiter used to rule Pisces, believe it or not. But I told you guys, see, these people have lived lifetimes before. And that's why I was telling you guys about the poles, double poles, time zones, and when people, when your ascendant's in your 12th house, like his is, they're on different time zones. So he probably was living when Jupiter was Pisces ruler. But Jupiter is no longer Pisces ruler. It's now Sagittarius ruler. But they both deal with the belief system. So now in the 6th house is Gemini. But still no real connection yet. So I said Gemini, I said Leo. So let's go to where Leo is. And I said possibly Sagittarius or 9th house. So let's go. So you do have Leo, but Leo is in the 8th house and no real connection. Go to the 9th house. Well, you got the sun there. The sun rules Leo in the 9th house. So not really a major connection. So let's continue. Now, you know a soulmate when you do see things that are similar, though. Like Pluto in Virgo, Pluto in Virgo. The sun in Virgo, the sun in Virgo. So that's how you know. Now, I will quickly say they have some type of solar connection. Solar Virgo connection. Let me look at something real quick. Because, whenever you had a moon Virgo, that's the divine feminine. That's like Mother Mary and stuff like that. So the moon in Virgo is always going to be like the emotions, but it's also the spirituality, but it's always the mother, like Isis or the Mother Mary. Right, this is Astrology K. Look, I want to see something. Yeah, so that is interesting. Y'all are both Virgos. That's very interesting. So Sun in Virgo is somebody that's always going to be on the move. Well, we already know that. But y'all both have that. So that's one. See that's one. So that's how you can see how these two would be like more like partners. But him, she's more like Virgo in the fourth house. That person really wants a home, or at least at some point she did. But they want the home. They want the family. They want the whole nine. You understand? They want the security. You even see Cancer in the second house, which is money. So she wants the whole thing. She wants the security. She wants that. And they already told you that the sun in the fourth house is the man. You know, so she wants the whole deal. And we kind of went over this before we explained what happened, why she lost that. So you have to go to the first video. But like I try to tell you, no matter how much people say I'm hurt, all women are dogs, all men. But deep down, they really wish they had it. They wish it did work, and they wish it was love, and they did. They're just saying all that shit because they're hurting, and they wish, you know, that's how they deal with it. But deep down inside, if somebody, like they would do it to Charlie Brown, like if somebody actually put the football up and made them believe I'm not gonna move it, they would charge it again, and be on their back. Now some people are so hurt that they wouldn't do it, but that's because their hurt is just so great. But most people, if there was a belief that wow, it'll work this time, they would try again, even if it fell again. So you see what I'm seeing in these houses. She really wanted that at some point. Whereas him, it's always going to be part of his deception. That's why I say it's a lot of people in Christianity right now that they act like they're a good family man or whatever. And to tell you the truth, they may have been, they may be. But they really banging out everything. There's a guy, I forget his name. I think his name is Noel Jones. And, you know, I could say a lot about that man. But I will say this. He was going, you know, he was married to a woman, kept her home. And he was always on the run, always making up reasons why she couldn't come. And I already knew what that was about. So she finally exposed him. And he definitely was having sex and stuff like that. And he's a married man, supposed to be a man of God, but he's a fucking pimp. Banging broads out all over the place. And these women are just as guilty because they don't never tell. But this is how I know this world is wicked. Let me just explain, please. This is how I know the world is wicked. Because most people will say, listen, this dude is sleeping with me. He's sleeping with her. He's sleeping with her. I'm going to expose him. I'm going to tell. That's the normal response for a female. I be telling you how that female be acting in my job. Me and her never did nothing. But she be acting everything jealous. Everything about that female is like, it's more than just us working together. I can't even figure it out. So me and her never did anything, and she's acting like that. Imagine how she would act if me and her did get emotional or get connected in some type of way. So what I don't understand is all these females know these men are pimps and all that. But how come they don't come forward and expose them? So the only reason why either the world is so wicked that they just support wickedness, or somebody getting paid off. And you gotta believe all these men do is lie, which means they always gonna have money. So then when they asked him about it, he said, well, you know, I was trying to do the work of the Lord, and you know, sometimes you can't be with your wife because you put God first. Man, you lying through your teeth. You're a fucking fornicator, adulterer. Your ass is gonna be burning in hell for eternity, and you talking this garbage. But like I said, when my friend Talia tried to tell the church that her husband was abusive, beating her up, and he was crazy, the only thing they said to her was, well, he's our organ player. We don't have no other organ player, so we're not gonna do anything about it. If you don't feel comfortable, that's up to you. If you want to go to another church, that's up to you. But we're not going to do anything about your husband because he's our organ player and we need an organ player. So this is what you're saying on the chart. This is why I be trying to tell y'all. My job is not to come out here and play dum-dum with people. I'm sorry. My job is to tell you what's on your chart and tell you what the universe is really saying. To tell you to get into prophecy so that you can know this stuff yourself. So we can't just ask, oh, I don't understand. What about this? What about that? What about the fact that all the stuff I just got finished saying? Because if somebody said that shit to me, why would I want to take myself through that type of hell? Now, some people will say, well, it's part of my journey because it's on my natal chart. Well, if you want to go through a journey like that, God bless you. And let's hope like it's not abusive. And let's hope you don't get beat up. And let's hope don't somebody like your loved ones get violated. But that's totally up to you. Again, my job is just to show you what's there and why. So he's like using a home as part of his deception. And Pluto also is power. Pluto is transformation. Pluto is also secrets. And Pluto is also sexual. And one thing about the Sun conjunct Pluto, that's somebody who's not afraid to mix the unknown or the secrets with the public. And that's why, like I said, I told you about that pastor I was just talking about. That's why he'll sit down and give an interview, but he's lying through his teeth. But the people still gonna believe him anyway. One pastor said a long time ago he was part of a ministry where they was just ripping the people off. So he told him, he said, I see what y'all doing and it's wrong. He said, I'm gonna go out there and tell the people. And they looked at him and said, go ahead. And they gave him the microphone and everything. And he said he walked out there and told the people what was going on in the back. And he said them people booed his ass out of there. They said they booed his ass out of there. Even though he was trying to warn them that these people are back there with your money, ripping you off. That money ain't going where they telling you it's going. He said them people booed his ass up out of there. So if that shit ain't crazy, and it's like I said, it's a crazy planet, it's crazy shit, but you ain't supposed to talk about it. And when you do talk about it, they treat you like you the bad person. Even though when they burning in hell, they gonna wish they had listened to you. So it is what it is. So you do gotta be tough. You can't back down, and it gotta be what it's gotta be. And that's the way any prophet from Jesus Christ, anybody that God ever sent to this planet, that's exactly how they were. They tried to tell these people what they was on the road, and them people wouldn't listen. But when they get there, they're going to be crying out, wishing they did listen. So again, we're talking about this person, and which I did do this before, but I will do it one more time. I will tell you what you could be looking for, but you have to understand sometimes, like I say, the more you understand it, just like in a boxing ring, the more you fully understand what boxing is and all the do's and don'ts and the pros and cons, that means you'll have better matches because you're no longer being deceived. But if you don't accept it, oh, I'm going to go in here, I don't have to listen to what my trainer said. My trainer's just negative. Oh, my trainer's just bitter. I'm just going out here and do the best I can do. And you go out there and get your head knocked off, or you did win, but they tell you didn't win because we're not going to give you the belt because he's a champion. And you're like, well, wait, I won. I clearly beat him. Well, you didn't knock him out. I don't have to knock out the champ. You guys are supposed to say I won because I won. That's not how the real world works. The real world is very political. And you should have listened to your trainer. You should have went out there and knocked the champ out, and then they can't tell you that they're not going to give you. How you going to say the champ get to keep his belt when he's knocked out in the center of the ring? So they got to give up the belt. So that's how you get the belt off the champ. You knock his ass out. No Mr. Nice Guy in a boxing ring. If you want to be champion, knock the champ out. Because if you don't knock the champ out, they're going to tell you some bullshit, and you're going to be going home without that belt, and ain't nobody going to be talking about you. They're going to be talking about the champ, even though he got his ass whipped. He's still going to have his belt. So that's called real world, how the world really works. Get away from the Neptune deception and deal with reality. And that's how you get better. So then you're not worrying about this and that when you can clearly see that this, like I know my twin was just opposite. Now, could I have let her run all over top of me or whatever it would have took to get her to calm the fuck down, whatever her problem was? Maybe I could have, but I done been ran over, and I'm sick of being run over. So that's what Vesta does too. Vesta teaches you how to be hard and how to be strong. So Vesta will let you get hurt, because she's hoping that sooner or later you stop it. If you notice, your Vesta is in your 7th house which is relationship. And there goes Sagittarius again, and that's his ninth house of lies and deception. So after you get sick of Mars and Sagittarius whipping your ass, then eventually your Vesta, you'll toughen up. And if you notice that your Vesta is 10, which is Jupiter energy, and where's your Jupiter? With Libra, with Leo, the lion who's not afraid, and I'm a Leo, and also it's there with your Venus, which is love, and then your Vesta is 10 degrees 12, and 12 is the 12th house, which takes you really anywhere where Neptune is, was 22, twin flame number, and 14, which is Aquarius number. But 12 takes you to the 12th house where you got Lilith and the moon. And we talked all about that house as well too. So to understand your 7th house, you would have to go back to your chart and do your 7th and your 12th. But either way, I believe Vesta, again, is trying to help you be stronger. Because remember, this is all about the 7th house, which is Libra energy. And this is where his Vesta is, with Libra. So they would really have to get him, and it may be through legal. It may be through law to get him to stop lying and stop all that stuff he's doing. Because he thinks he's smarter than everybody. And when you're lying through your teeth and everybody's treating you like a hero, like they do Noel Jones, when really you're a low-life piece of trash that cheated all over your wife and all over all those other women you slept with, and you're still like a bishop, and you don't care because you have no fear, no real love of Jesus Christ, and you have no fear of hell or Jesus Christ, and you think you're going to be forgiven, but I can clearly promise you, according to the scripture, you will not be. But they are so rich with the money and rich with the sex and rich with everything else, they think they rock stars. So that would truly be up to you. But again, it's only after you can kind of see and discern. And that's why I'm telling you, when you learn how to become one with your natal chart, and when you learn how to tap into it, that's how you know. But if you don't tap into it, you think somebody's going to explain it all to you. As much as they want to, they can't. All you're going to get from a psychic is going to go, oh yeah, he's changed. And if you believe it, just because the psychic said he changed, don't mean he changed. How did he change? See, out here I show you. Now, it's not my fault if you guys don't take notes and do your job. That's not my job. I can't do everything for you. I show you so you can see it. Got to stop being lazy. Because like I said, you're dealing with a dumbed down crowd that'll spend all the money on silly stuff, but don't want to do the real stuff. Don't want to do the real shit. But they'll do anything. Go to the movies or whatever. They'll do anything that's dumbed down. And they give that 100% energy. For something like that, or they don't want to give it 2% energy. And then they wonder why stuff ain't going right in their life. Because you won't take the necessary steps. So, alright. Now that we go to your Juno in Libra, or the 5th house, which is Leo. Let me look at it again. Yep, your Juno just made it into the 5th house. So that's either Libra energy or Juno energy. And it could be Mercury, which would be Virgo or Gemini. Right now, let's just look at Libra or 5th house or stuff like that. So now when you go to his 5th house, right there, Juno in Taurus. And your Taurus is the moon sign, which is there. And that's your 5th house, his 5th house. And his Libra is in Vesta and Virgo. So that could be saying something too. Seventh house Sagittarius. And again, that's why Vesta is there. Because the Mars to the right chart is trying its best. It's right at the brink of going into the ninth house. Because this is where all the drama, all the deception, all the stuff is going on primarily in the ninth house in Sagittarius energy. And Mars almost made it there. So then you got Mars and so like I said, Vesta is in your seventh house trying to use a law, which Vesta will use a law against people. Like, because Vesta hates abusive people, especially abusive men, and because she was raped, she's a priestess, and she was raped by men, and she hates liars and stuff. So that's why that's what you see going on here. And this medium Coeli in 10th house. His is medium Coeli in the 10th house. So best I can see is this is definitely a karmic relationship. And if anything, this is what I was trying to tell people when you have backbone. Like with my twin flame, she had the opportunity to work through everything and she chose not to for whatever reason. But once something's taken away from you, you see things totally different. Just like I said, if you have a trainer trying to tell a boxer the only way you're walking out of here with that belt is to knock that champ out. And I don't want to knock the champ out. I respect the champ. I don't want to. I just want to box. I don't want to be violent. But he's gonna try to knock you out. Oh well, I'm faster than the champ. Champ's older now. I can duck and dodge. You know. So you got all this philosophy and you ain't listening. So at the end of the match, you say, "Well, I clearly outboxed him," and blah blah. And you talking all this crazy because that's not how they do it. So you don't get the belt, and now you're pissed the fuck off because you ain't get the belt. Now you want to be mad at your trainer, but you can't be mad at your trainer because your trainer told you how life really is. So now you finally have to admit that it's your fault you ain't got the belt, and the champ don't want to give you a rematch. And now you're saying, "Oh, I gotta wait. Now I gotta wait a whole another year before I get another shot." Now you're pissed off. So now reality is hitting. You've been disciplined by reality, and now next time you go, whoever's got the belt, you know you're going in to really box. And now you're gonna have to because then champ retired with the belt or whatever. And the next person is going to be a way better formidable because he's not older and he's ready. So now you got a real fight on your hand. So now you learned. So this is what you see on your chart, both of these charts, with Vesta and all this stuff going on. So can it be a happy ending? That all depends on how much he changes and stuff like that. Well, what I was saying, so you got to learn from your mistake because you may not be given that opportunity to reunite with your twin, or your twin may be like, "Nah, I really don't want to be with her. I don't care how much she changed." Plus, you got to see how much. What are you bringing in? Because like I said, my twin was sleep. You know, she was very highly active. So the father of her baby, she had at least three kids with him, and I don't know if she had any kids before them kids, and I really don't know, because that was weird. Like it almost did seem like the universe, whatever went on with her, cause I don't know her whole life story, but it almost seemed like the universe did try to move me in to that situation, but I didn't want it just for all the reasons I said. My reason why I didn't want it in 2014 go all the way back to 1998. That's like 26 years. Um, so once they saw I wasn't making no moves, then what they tried to do was hurt me. Well, you wouldn't sleep with her, now this guy will, and all kind of crazy shit. Like, it's nothing new under the sun. It's not like I haven't seen none of this shit before. But it still hurt. But it's like I already know how this universe is run, so you know, I'm still glad. Like, no disrespect to my twin, but I'm still glad. For me personally, I'm still glad that I didn't make that mistake. Um, but it may have taught her to take shit a little bit more seriously. Who knows? Who knows? And it's kind of like when somebody tells you how they really feel about you. At the moment, you don't want it because it may seem too extreme, too obsessive, or whatever. But then when you don't have any love, then it seems like, damn, that's, I really wish I got it. I wish I had it. Like, now you kind of what you didn't want before. Now you kind of wish you had now. So that's how humans are. That's just very fickle people. So hopefully that leads that person to make more mature choices. It's obviously this guy is going to be immature, and the fact that he's going to be basing a lot of his decisions on spirituality, like Noel Jones does. The way he talks, you would think he's one of the most spiritual people on earth, but he's not. Based on what he's done and what's known, he's a low-life piece of shit, hiding behind Jesus. And he ain't man enough to repent and get the help he needs, the spiritual help he needs. So this is the person that'll do anything and justify it in the name of Jesus. I'm talking about the chart to the right. And that's why, in my opinion, that's why his medium Coeli is in Libra. Because out of nowhere, he's going to be faced with legal situations, which will be a form of expose. Remember, anytime you see Neptune in Scorpio, that could be stuff that gets exposed. Say, but it's money there. It's Jupiter there. What does that mean? That means he'll still be, he's a master of good fortune. So there's a whole lot of people that take things that are bad press and still make money off of it. And his Jupiter's number 2. So remember, I told you that might be the event to bring those two back together. Because number 2 is a high priestess, which is usually for the twin flames or whatever. So now let's do this one more time. Now I need y'all to listen up because I'm going to show y'all. Her Venus means that she may find herself in some type of relationship with either a Gemini or Leo. And a lesser is a Sagittarius. Her Juno is telling you that she may find herself in a serious relation with either a Libra or a Leo, possibly Virgo or Gemini. Her 7th house is telling you that she may find herself in a serious relationship or a serious relationship with a Sagittarius. Her vertex is telling you that she may have a destiny with a Capricorn or a Scorpio. Her true north node is telling you that she might have some type of life purpose situation with an Aries. And keep in mind, he's an Aries. His first house is Aries, and he's got Sagittarius there too for his ascendant. And even her medium Coeli is Pisces. His true north node is Pisces. Both the medium Coeli, they do work on your true north node. And the medium Coeli could either be Pisces or some type of Saturn connection. And the moon is implying some type of connection with a Taurus. As his star, his fifth house Taurus with Saturn. So as you can see, them two do have a lot of connections, but I honestly don't see it as a twin flame connection. I see it as a like a soulmate connection or some type of karmic assignments. And I did say what those karmic assignments were. But just for the sake of, we could do his as well. True North Node is Pisces or Gemini. Her ascendant is Gemini. Her Pisces is medium Coeli. So that makes sense as far as that's concerned. Fifth house Leo, but it's Leo or Taurus or some type of Saturn or Capricorn situation. Her Leo has in the third house. You see the Venus in Leo. Juno. Well, they do say the true north node in Aries. Well, wait a minute though. Yes, well Saturn's there though. So that's the Saturn. True north node conjunct Saturn. And her Juno just made it, but it's in the fourth house. No wait. Her Juno just made it into the fifth house. So they both got Juno in the fifth house. Seventh house, Cancer. But not too much of a connection there. Eighth house, Leo. So that's either Leo, because the vertex cross is either Leo or Scorpio energy. No real connection there. Let me see. No real connection. Now you want to check for a Virgo Sagittarius connection. That's one of the first things you want to check for. Not really. Not really. Lilith in Virgo. No. Sun in Virgo, yes. Pluto in Virgo, yes. Now Libra and either Venus, no. Libra and Uranus, No. Libra in medium Coeli or Pisces. Well, she has medium Coeli in Pisces, but it's not Libra. 11th house, Pisces and Scorpio type of connection, Neptune and all that. Yep, Neptune and Scorpio. Like I said, with them, if you notice, they definitely got that connection going on, but it's not love. It's not. See, with a twin flames natal chart, you usually always do see the love. Like you could always see it in the chart, but just the two people. If they haven't healed and matured, you won't necessarily see it in the people. But you'll always, the most beautiful thing you'll always see, because they tell a story about love on both of these charts. And I have plenty of these charts that are public. So that's why I say you guys stop being lazy. It's right there. You know, I don't understand it. It'd be like right there and people be acting like they don't see it. Like, I don't get it. Like, do y'all just love drama? Like, I don't get it. I hate drama. I've been around crazy people my whole freaking life. I hate drama. I don't know why you guys don't look for it. It's just like, it's just like you just feed on like self-destructive stuff. So you don't see it, but you can see like these two are working together, and they got that whole Libra, like that, if you want to call it a partnership. Because even some partners, they don't get along or they argue. Like if you think of a Paul McCartney and a John Lennon, that's a perfect example. If you think of Eddie Van Halen and David Lee Roth, that's a perfect example. If you think of Pete Townsend and a Roger Daltrey, that's a perfect example of people that can work together in a form of partnership. But as far as that deep, intimate, wow, I'm so glad you're in my life. Wow, you've been such a blessing to me. Wow, a higher form of love, you just don't see it. You see the ego, the foolishness. They want to take each other to court. They want to hurt each other, all kind of crazy shit. Even though they made some of the best art in the history of art and entertainment. So that's typical for third dimension. So that's what you see on this chart. It's the possibility to work it out, but it would take maturity, and a lot of people don't have it. We're on the twin flames chart. All they really have to do is trust the universe and just stop. Like I said, that female that I work with. Now, I've seen this kind of stuff my whole life. What does she really want? And it's sad because she's really like a nice female. You know, she seems like a nice person. But when I see people act like that, I get scared. Because I've been stalked too many times and you don't know what's going on inside of these people. You know what I'm saying? You just don't know. And that's like a female who thinks you're cheating, so she cheats. Like, first off, you should never, ladies, because this is your category, you should never cheat because you think someone, what if he's not cheating? You understand? So you just fucked up everything. Now, he may not have cheated. Now, you've cheated. You've literally gone out and done what you're allegedly mad at him because you think he cheated. So that's the type of vibe I get from her. And that's why she terrifies me. But like I said, I try to get along with people. You know, but that's something in the back of my head, like, uh-oh, another nut job. Because the way she's acting is like we got some type of history together and we really don't. Like, I've worked with females that we would just stand there, we would just stare at each other. You know what I'm saying? And I've never had that type of experience with her and shit. Like, I don't know where that shit came from to this day. I still don't get it. There's got to be some past life shit. But she's really with it, though. I could honestly tell you she's with it, but she's still playing games. You know? It ain't like she's coming forward with nothing. She's just doing all kind of crazy shit that women do. So I don't see this as being twin flame at all. But it's definitely going to be a close connection. Definitely a close connection. Not twin flame before. Now, if you were listening, this is what I'm trying to tell you. So you're asking about twin flames. But I just told you, you have to understand you're going to have to go by the zodiac signs. You understand? So that's why I tell you where it was. That's why you're supposed to be taking notes. Because now you know by the signs what you're looking for. Whenever you ask any questions, try to keep them with the signs. Even if you get a card reading from a psychic, you want to use a psychic that is going to tell you what the sign is on the card. The card drops. Does it correspond with Pisces? Does it correspond? Because this is going to help you. Don't just go, oh, that's a Three of Swords, and they just basically tell you. And a lot of them don't even tell you what the card says. They all the Three of Swords, and they just tell you their interpretation of it. But me, well, what does the card mean? I mean, you don't have to spend an hour explaining the card, but give me some type of background on the card. Otherwise, it don't make sense to me. You just dropping cards. Like, I could come out here bullshitting. I probably would eventually get caught. I know the cards though, so I know tarot cards. But say I didn't, I could come out here just dropping cards. Oh look, oh yeah, I can tell. And I'm talking bullshit. Now y'all just saw me do this natal chart to the right. This guy is a master deceiver. I just showed you, and I'm sure it's a lot of people on YouTube swinging it, and they probably paid. Their bank accounts is probably packed because these people are so low and they just don't care. As long as you just tell them what they want to hear, they're gonna pay the money. They only don't pay you when you tell them the truth, like I do. But telling some old bullshit, come out here with, you don't even know how to read the cards and shit, just throw. That's why I'm telling you, it's suspect. If you're dropping cards and you can't tell me what zodiac sign that card corresponds with, so I can go back to my natal chart and look it up, then you're wasting my fucking time. Because you could just be saying anything. And if you don't know what zodiac sign goes with that card, it's obviously that you really don't know those cards as well as you should. Not saying that you may be pretty good, but I just don't do that. Like, I need to know. When you see me, all my shit is thorough. That's why I ain't worrying about none. You know what? I've been thinking about this all the fucking time. But the bottom line is, if I start healing more, my leg is healing and stuff, I just start taking more hours or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just do more hours in my job or whatever. Cause like, I don't have to be lying. I'm not gonna lie to people, so I don't have to be out here going back and forth. If people want to be lied to, they want to be fucked up, burning in hell for you. That's their business. They got that right. That's your right. But once you get there, honey, and they close that gate on your ass, you ain't coming out. Ain't nobody gonna come save you. Jesus already saved you at the cross. He's not coming to save you again. So whether you believe it, don't believe it, it's still a reality. Take it from an expert that this is all I do. Is study history, study everything. And I've seen all the supernatural that goes with it. So it's not just me reading a book and going, oh, that's what I think. I'll believe it. No, I've seen a whole lot of supernatural shit to reinforce it. So that's what I'm trying to do, is help and save. But if they don't want to be helped and saved, I don't have to do this. Like, it's not that as much as I love doing it, because I love to study and stuff, but I don't have to do this. Like, I've already returned to my where I used to go. I used to write a lot of stuff, a lot of spiritual stuff. So I'm back on that website. I don't even do stuff I used to do on YouTube on videos. I don't have to do this shit, to be quite frank. So I'm not going to worry about it. People want to be lied to, let them be lied to. I'm not going to worry about it no more. So that's it. But that does end this particular thing. So again, you were given a lot of information. And a lot of your questions about relationships and 12 twin flames and where you went wrong, I definitely answered it. You have to take notes because it's right there before you. Because I think what you're looking for is somebody. I would never do that because you have to think. Like the way I was raised, you could help people, but you can't do it for them because they're never going to learn it. And the more you learn it, you'll be like, wow, I'm glad he taught me that. Like, I'm glad now when I see Mars and what, and I know what that means. So that's how you get it. And that's how you activate your chart. You start using your chart the same way, like anything else. It's like having a gun, but not knowing how to use it. And you say, well, my husband's got a gun. Well, what if your husband's not home? Well, I don't know. I don't know. But that lady, I don't care if he's home or not. Anybody coming through that window, I'm blowing that fucking head off. See, she's not gonna have to worry too much about it. She hears a noise. She's going for that gun, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. And when people know that, that's one house they ain't gonna be trying to run. Cause that bitch crazy. She'll blow your fucking head off. Ain't nobody gonna be coming up in your driveway. Ain't nobody gonna be looking through your window. None of that shit. But when they know you don't know, you afraid. Oh, Jesus said, or you talking all kind of crazy. They coming for you, and they hope you turn the other cheek when they grabbing you and stuff. They hope you just sit there and take it. So once you wake up and learn how to activate yourself and activate your power, you won't have a whole lot to worry about. So that's it for me for this one. Now what I will do, I will look over the I'm always gonna look over everything because I want to answer it best I can, but I'm not here to just tell you, oh, on Wednesday you're gonna meet so and so, because that would train you to be a sucker, and you would be just like these people that go to church to listen to all these lies. When it's obviously you're being lied to and being scammed, but you don't do nothing about it. I don't teach that way. I teach you how to think, and you'll be able to use your own judgment from what you learned on what you want to do next. If you want to move forward, you want to get a card reading, you want to go over here, you want to go over there, you want to come back over here, whatever you want to do, but now you're thinking, you're becoming proactive, not just thinking, Nobody's gonna have all your answers. Like you said, your answers are inside. You do have ancestors helping you. You do have all that helping. You have angels helping you. You got God helping you. You got a whole lot of people helping you. So you have to learn how to tap into that too. And if I can help you understand certain things, I'm happy with that. But I'm not trying to interpret everything for you. That's something you should want to do. Just like you might love to play baseball. You may love to roller skate. You may love to go to the movies. You may love to drive around in your car. You may love to walk out there with your dogs. You got to love your chart. You got to love to study. You got to love this. And you can't go wrong. That's how you activate it. This is Gad. God bless.